Hi! I don't have any like alternate screens in the middle, so we're just immediately jumping to this. Hi. Is that chill enough?
Number one victory.
Oh my god,
Royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now.
Wow, let's go!
My friend has gone down.
Perfectly timed if I say so myself.
Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map, go to the marked sheet.
Hi, Juan, thank you so much for the
let's
resub! What a way to begin this. Hi, Prof. Panggang King, thank you for lurking. Hello? Sorry, hold on. I'll watch it later. My mom, guys. Hold on. Let me close the door. Yana, hi. I'm back. Hi, how is everyone doing? Thank you for shouting out, Yana. Sorry, I had to go close the door. But yes, please follow Yana if you haven't already. Yana's a really cute Animal Crossing and Pokemon streamer from Malaysia.
Hey. Tired
Super
to
chill
go
content.
over? Let me give you a hug. Elvie. Good job.
Mwah.
Good work today. Good job.
Wow, how long ago was this? Considering you're playing the DLC. Hi Anna, how are you? Juan, how have you been? Hi guys! Sarah, hello. Time to judge Nat and lose my mod powers. Oh yes, thank you for the sip and the stretch. I did that earlier before stream started. But yeah, hi. It's the start of our 600 follower celebrations.
Wow, so late liao, still streaming ah.
Yes. So late, still streaming. It's 9:40, although to be fair, I am late. To be fair, I was planning to start watching Stranger Things Season 4 Volume 2 like earlier in the day, but it came out late, okay? It didn't come out like in the morning. I don't know, like I came back and checked again after lunch. Like before lunch I checked and it wasn't out yet, and after lunch when I came back it was out, so I started watching at like 4 or something. So yeah, the entire thing was, by the way, 85 minutes for episode 8 and 150 minutes for episode 9. Yeah, it was absolutely insane. No spoilers at all. Crazy. You guys have to watch it ASAP, because like, and when I say ASAP, I mean like immediately after the stream, run to watch, you know, because I logged off of everything. I didn't look at Twitter, I didn't look at TikTok. I was scrolling TikTok while having dinner earlier, like after finishing the 2 episodes, and immediately got spoiled. It was terrible. So, you know, to avoid spoilers, I don't think you guys are on like such active parts of the internet, like in terms of fandom and stuff. But yeah, please run to watch it. Oh my gosh. Have you been watching Obi-Wan Kenobi? No, I have not. I haven't started. But that's next on the list. Now that Stranger Things is over, probably Umbrella Academy or Obi-Wan is next. Still sulking over the postponed Thor movie. Right, I wanted to get to that because remember we were considering including Thor Love and Thunder in like this list, but now that it's postponed to the 21st of July, like there's no way, you know, it's making the list anymore. But yeah, you know, gotta censor Thor's body, I guess. But yeah, guys, I'm getting distracted. Hi, welcome to the 600 follower celebration. It is a series of 3-day, it's a 3-day long celebration where we start with a long-awaited me ranking all the MCU movies. And then tomorrow I'm playing Apex for the first time on stream. And then Sunday, we're doing Discord only Jackbox. So yeah, for starting today and for until the weekend is over, we're gonna be celebrating 600 followers. And if you haven't joined the Discord yet, I would highly recommend it, because not only are we running a giveaway on the Discord under the announcements channel, we're giving away Steam gift cards. That is also where all the Jackbox codes are gonna be. So in an attempt to like kick out strangers in Jackbox. I'm gonna be posting all the room codes in Jackbox on Discord. So if you're not on Discord yet, I would totally recommend it. Yeah. Fucking Buzz Lightyear isn't even showing here. Yeah, exactly. Sarah, thank you for lurking. But yeah, today's agenda is we're going to rank all of the MCU movies until Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. It is so... Okay, this one I need to talk about it a while. Have a good stream night. Congrats on the 600, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good lurk. Have a good whatever you're doing. Stranger does strange things. Yeah. No, I found out that Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is not Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. The movie title is actually Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. So do with that information what you will. Have I watched every movie? Yeah, I've watched every single movie. Yeah. Also, today's ranking is just... I feel like we have to establish some rules, although I don't know what rules there could be. But yeah, we're only covering MCU movies. So that means everything from Iron Man 2008 all the way to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness 2022. I don't know if the backseating or spoiler warning works today actually, because I'm going to be going into like hugely in-depth into MCU spoilers. So if you guys haven't watched any of these and if it really matters to you to keep it a spoiler-free experience until you finally watch the movie, then feel free to put me mute, leave if you need to. Yeah, I don't usually do spoiler content, so this feels like revolutionary that I'm doing spoiler content. And then what else? What is my grading system? I saw that one asked me and I didn't reply. The grading system for the movies, and honestly this is such a difficult question to answer. Life-changing now that I know that. I know, right? No colon, what a life-changing thing. Leave. I mean, I'm not asking people to leave. I'm just saying, it's gonna be super spoilers today, so I even put like spoilers exclamation mark in the title. So if you guys happen to like haven't watched any and you like really care about spoilers, then maybe you shouldn't be here. Just a warning. Is there someone who hasn't watched any of the MCU movies that was the last decade's hype train? Actually, I know a bunch of people who have not watched any of the MCU movies. Or I know somebody who has never watched a single one, but I know more people who have watched like maybe 4 or 5 out of 27 and like who are not interested in like following all of the movies. And it was surprising for me to learn that I'm considered the like extreme end of the spectrum, where I watch every single movie, I watch every single TV show. I'm here to be offended by the tier list. Ivan, welcome in. How are you, Ivan? Did you include TV shows too? No, I decided not to. Maybe when there are more Disney Plus TV shows, we'll do like a separate ranking for them. But yeah, a bit difficult to rank the TV shows right now. Too few, and then it's too few, and I kind of wanted to separate it. Because the TV shows have like 6 hours worth of, time to flesh out things. Whereas movies only have about maximum 3.5 hours for MCU movies. I watch all movies and TV shows, even the non-canon ones. The non-canon ones are the ones that I really need to catch up on, because I haven't watched all of them. Like I got stuck at the ending of Daredevil season 1, and then they took it off Netflix. So I'm waiting for it to return to Disney Plus so I can continue watching. I haven't watched some like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daredevil, but all the recent ones I have. Yeah, same. I haven't been watching Miss Marvel though. I haven't caught up with it because I was so like fixated on Stranger Things. But now that I am fully caught up on Stranger Things, I'll probably, I've got a couple on the list. Maybe Miss Marvel, maybe Obi-Wan first, or maybe Umbrella Academy because it just came out. I gave up on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't it have like a ridiculous amount of seasons? right about when Ghost Rider showed up? Wait, you're telling me Ghost Rider is in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? That might actually make me want to watch it. Obi-Wan. Yeah, like, I heard the most hype for Obi-Wan, so I might. But I definitely want to catch up on Miss Marvel before the finale episode. Before, like, the last 2 episodes. Yeah. Because I feel like that's when the spoilers online get really crazy. But yeah, to answer the question of how I will be ranking the movies today, I'm gonna try and keep it as objective as possible. Like, even if I don't like the character, I'll try to rank it objectively. But for me, like, because the MCU is such a genre in itself, like, there are superhero movies and then there are MCU movies, right? There is Chu, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Yeah, like, you know, it's such a different type of movie compared to every single, like, kind of movie out there in the cinemas now, that, like, I feel like I have to judge an MCU movie using MCU rules, if that makes sense. There may or may not have been Ghost Rider and S.H.I.E.L.D. That totally clears it up, one, thanks. I think I need to watch it. I think I need to watch it before the Marvel movie next year. Oh, you mean the Marvels movie? The Marvels, right? Yeah. Totally need to catch up on Miss Marvel before the Marvels. The naming is so similar. People are gonna be so confused by this. Not being objective, right? I swear, I used to do a Marvel podcast, okay? I used to write reviews. I need to get back into writing reviews, but yeah. So objectivity is not that far from, you know, who I am. But I'll try. You did a podcast? I did. I thought this was part of the, like, net lore that everybody was aware of already. No, I used to do an MCU podcast called The Marvelous Recap. Oh my god, the name totally slipped my mind for like one second. Yeah, so it was called The Marvelous Recap. You should be able to find it on all of, like, the Magic Rain's YouTube channel, I think. All of the episodes should be up there. I used to do it every Sunday afternoon, and we would do, like, episode by episode, like, breakdowns of the new TV series. I think we started with WandaVision. Yeah, that was fun. But yeah. Though, to be fair, the Marvels was one of the most complicated backstory. That's true. I have thoughts about Captain Marvel, which I will share in a while, but I don't know. I got a feeling I'm gonna like Miss Marvel, and then hopefully the Marvels, you know, moving on from that will be good. Sorry, AFK, no worries, Yana. How are you? How was your week? Sorry if I missed some chatters, by the way. Feel free to, like, copy paste, and yeah, if I missed anything that you want me to see. Nat hates Brie Larson. No. I mean, no. I like Brie Larson. The movie though, Anyway. But yeah, what was I saying? So, I feel like MCU movies have to be judged as MCU movies, you know? Like, one big criteria for me is gonna have to be how the movie feeds back into the MCU and what it does for the character. Yeah, character is gonna be a big thing for me. Character development, characterization, and then on top of that, just, like, whether it was a good movie in general. So yeah, shall we begin? I don't know how to summarize. I don't know how to best summarize my reviewing criteria, but I think you'll get it as we go along. Yeah. Gonna lurk while makan, I come in when things get spicy. Okay. Have good dinner, Ivan. Let's begin. Shall we? Okay. Where's my window? Can y'all see my mouse? Yeah, you can see my mouse. Okay, good. But yeah, shall we begin? We are going based on... We'll go in chronological order, which is why I have the list at the side there. S plus is supreme, F is fail. I mean, pretty much. Like, like decent movies I think would fall under the like B category, B or C. S is like exceptional, but like S plus is movies that I think the MCU, like, these are pillars of the MCU, right? So it only makes sense that we begin with Iron Man 2008, which for me is immediately an S plus movie. I don't know if people agree with me, but where's the poster? It's got this like, as I was compiling like the posters, I realized how old some of these posters look. And in the case of Iron Man, like the first poster was absolute shit, but the movie was great. Like, I recently went back to watch all of the older MCU movies, like towards the 2008 to 2012 era where I was first getting into MCU. And yeah, I realized I didn't remember so much of it. Because I was younger when I first started watching them. So I went to rewatch them, and this movie holds up so well. I mean, it was the one that caused the MCU to boom. Yeah, exactly, right? Also, it's Jon Favreau, and I have so much respect for Jon Favreau. Like, I love all the Star Wars things, the stuff that he's doing for Star Wars right now. But we cannot forget that Jon Favreau is the reason why Iron Man is so good. Oh yeah, and one about... Yeah, I have looked into like Marvel and Miss Marvel and like all the different names, and it's so confusing. It truly is. Agreed. That's confusing one. But that's the lore for Captain Marvel. But yeah, Iron Man. Just so solid. Like, we've gotten a lot of origin stories in the MCU since then, right? But only a few of them I would consider to be really, really good, like origin movies. Yeah, Iron Man is just, it can't be topped for me. You have one complaint. What's your complaint about Iron Man, Prav? Like, yeah, I don't think it was the most bombastic movie in terms of like scale when it comes to the like fights and just like the overall conflict and everything. But Iron Man was so solid, like, otherwise, like, I feel like the things that I'm about to say are like things that everybody has said because they're true, like Iron Man was great because Robert Downey Jr. was great, and even Gwyneth Paltrow was great, and Jon Favreau's writing was good, and directing was good, and the music was great. Like, before Guardians of the Galaxy dominated like the MCU with their music choices, like Iron Man was the very first like iconic soundtrack to come out of the MCU, right? Even throughout like the second and third movie, they just randomly changed roads. That's true. That's true. The fact that they changed roads does kind of annoy me, like when you watch Iron Man 2 and 3 later. But it's just like, it's a minor thing. Although I think it would have been interesting if they kept original roads. I don't even quite remember why they changed roads. Is it because if I'm not mistaken, the actor himself dropped out of the project, right? He decided to drop out because of something like scheduling conflicts or something. It was something stupid, I remember. Like something so minor. And I wonder if he's smacking himself for not, sticking it out in the MCU. But back then, the MCU was just one movie and it was nothing, so I can't blame them, really. My week was super productive, accomplished quite a lot of things. Nice! I got to play Genshin quite a lot too. Nice, Yana. Did you get any of the recent characters in Genshin? Yelan or Cookie? Is that her name, Cookie? I think for Iron Man it's due to the actors they chose. I gotta say, like, when I think of the Iron Man actors, I feel like all of them are inconsequential except for Robert Downey Jr. Like, there are shows like Good Omen where the actors totally carry the show on its back. But like, on top of Robert Downey Jr. carrying the movie on his back, right? The movie was good. The movie was like genuinely good, like so solid all around. Akasha, hello, the best Marvel movie to me is still and always will be Captain America Winter Soldier. Really? Really? Okay, I have thoughts about that. I have thoughts about that. Put some respect on Gwyneth Paltrow. Sorry, but I can't, like, the Iron Man franchise, I cannot respect Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm so sorry. But, like, Gwyneth Paltrow is one of the, like, scenarios where the actress as a person is so, like, problematic that it bleeds into the character for me. So, like, Also, did you guys know that before Gwyneth Paltrow was cast as Pepper Potts, they offered the role to Rachel McAdams? Can you imagine? Pepper Potts, like Rachel McAdams, Pepper Potts, can you imagine? I feel like that would have been ace. Like, I feel like that would have been such good casting. I don't know, like, I feel like it would have been great, but then also Rachel McAdams turned it down because the MCU was nothing at that point, so I guess I mean, at least we got her in, you know, Doctor Strange eventually. But it would have ruined Doctor Strange. I mean, they would have cast somebody else, I guess. I think the actor asked for too much money for Rhodes. It was something like that. But yeah, that's agreed. That's the only, like, minor problem I have with the movie. But other than that, it was so good. Cause to be fair, Iron Man was like a B-tier hero previously in the comics, but the movie made him the biggest star. Really? Don't quote me on that though. I won't, bruv. I won't. But yeah, I think the thing, right? And this is the last thing I'll say on Iron Man, because I feel like everything that can be said about Iron Man has been said before, right? Just every aspect of it is good. But I think the most important thing that it did for the MCU was establish that iconic MCU sense of humor and sense of, like, grandeur, in a sense, right? Like, Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr. did so much to sculpt, like, the personality and the humor of MCU that it would transcend into so many, like, movies even until now, that, like, quintessential MCU humor, right? But then on top of that, like, just bringing that epic, like, hero scale into the cinemas, like, that was something that never existed back then. Like, I was, even before the MCU was a thing, I was watching the X-Men movies, I was watching, I was watching, you know, superhero movies growing up. Yeah, I grew up on the X-Men movies mainly. But I think the main difference, the thing that made MCU stand out, was its personality, its sense of humor, just like the kind of dialogue that the MCU became so well known for started with Iron Man. So it has to be an S+ tier movie for me. It can't go any lower. But yeah, now that we've ranked Iron Man 1, right? Iron Man 2 is a movie that I don't know where to put. Serious. In comparison, like, I don't know where to put Iron Man 2. Like, it was fine. It was Tony Stark in his sleazebag era, douchebag era. It was I'm not a little girl, Carlos. What the heck? How are you? Hi. Welcome in. I think it's worse than the first one. It definitely is worse than the first one, but I don't know where I would put it on in terms of ranking. During those old days, there was never a movie that had any sort of individuality as well as continuity that wasn't from its own franchise name, like X-Men. Yeah. And the X-Men, don't even get me started on, like, the X-Men, the production of the X-Men franchise, right, was so all over the place. Wait, what happened to my lo-fi music? Okay, there we go. But yeah, it just happened over such a long period of time and swapped so many hands that, like, X-Men never achieved, like, the level of continuity compared to, you know, as the MCU did. Like, I was compiling the list of MCU, like, the frequency of movies that came out, and just look at the years at which the movie came out is crazy. I think the only time when a movie hasn't, like, they skipped a year was 2020 because of COVID. X-Men only needed Wolverine, that's it. I mean, Iron Man is kind of the Wolverine of the Avengers, right? Of MCU, right? And that's definitely how I thought about it at first, but they did such a good job later on of like establishing all these stalwarts of characters beyond Tony Stark. But yeah, I'll get into that later. Where would you rate MCU movies, especially on Twitch? Are you trying to get yourself killed? No? No? But yeah, I do have controversial Spider-Man opinions, but we'll get to that. I actually used to love Havoc from X-Men. Oh my god, I'm trying to... Who is Havoc again? Fuck. I was a huge Kitty Pryde fan. Anna Paquin, right? Lucas Till! Bruv, that is so modern day X-Men though. I'm thinking back to like Rogue. No, Anna Paquin was Rogue, right? Rogue and Kitty Pryde were like some of my favorites. I loved Bobby Eyes. My favorite. Well, for 90% of the first trilogy, X-Men movies were too focused on Wolverine. I mean, even if you look at the MCU, the first two movies were Iron Man. It was kind of crazy for me to look back, actually, because they started such a high with Iron Man, then they dropped into Iron Man 2, which wasn't as good as the first movie, then they drop into Thor, and then thank god Captain America, you know, first Avenger comes out, picks up steam, but like Thor... Okay, wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think if I had to put Iron Man 2 somewhere, I think this is the Iron Man 2 poster. It's like a B or C movie for me. It's probably like on the lower end for me. I think partially because it suffered from having such an amazing start that the second movie could not live up to it at all. And like, I think the problem for me, for Iron Man, like I love Iron Man's character. I love what they did with him in the MCU in general. But I think some of his best character development doesn't come in his own movies, you know. It comes in the Avengers. And then Iron Man 3 was fantastic. But Iron Man 2 felt like such an inconsequential movie for me, like as his character. It had some plot issues. What plot issues? Yeah, I'm trying to think back to it. And the villain for Iron Man 2 is... What was his name again? Was it Whiplash or something? Right? But he had the, like, you know, the electric whips guy. The electric whips guy. I don't know, it just wasn't like super compelling or anything. Like, it was interesting in the sense that, you know, Iron Man's character has always been about his privilege, right? Whiplash, right? See, I got it correct. Yeah, Iron Man's character has always been about his privilege and him becoming a superhero, people feeling like he doesn't deserve the rank of being a superhero, and himself, like Iron Man, struggling with the idea of him being a superhero even though he never deserved it. And that's kind of the arc that they're trying to push Doctor Strange into in Multiverse of Madness. But yeah, like I appreciated that about Iron Man 2, but it was just not great. Like, between Iron Man and Iron Man 2, I felt like Tony's character was so like in between and neither here nor there. Because in Iron Man 1, he was served a little bit of humble pie, right? You know, he became more responsible for his actions and whatnot. And then Iron Man 2, he became an asshole. At the start, he was just like straight up an asshole. Which, like, yeah, I didn't see enough change, you know, in his character, in the story. Blur Neko, thank you so much for the follow though. Welcome to the tea party. How are you? The British guy was funny. That was Iron Man 3. Yeah. You're more of a DC guy? Oh, cool, Carlos. Who's your favorite DC character? Also, Yemi, hi! How are you? How was work? Wait. Yeah, today's a Friday. Okay, I had to think for a moment. Because there's not much depth between the complicated issues between Iron Man and Whiplash, and Justin Hammer was like an eyesore in the movie. Oh my god, Justin Hammer. Just the whole... Yep. Agreed. Yeah, like I mentioned, right? I appreciate them trying to like sow the seed of, you know, Iron Man having this conflict between, you know, being a superhero, but what did he do? What did he take advantage of in order to be in the position that he is in today, you know? So it's very much about privilege. But yeah, they didn't really emphasize it as much. I feel like the movie was also too large, like too big of a portion of the movie was about like the romance between him and Pepper and the drama, and then Black Widow appears in the movie, which is awesome, but like I feel like the movie has so much noise and it didn't like bring out his character as much as I wanted it to. Right? DC has so much more potential than Marvel based on the comics, but they always manage to mess up the DCEU. I mean, hopefully with like... Oh fuck, what's his name? Sorry, it's slipping my mind right now. Hopefully with James Gunn. I don't know why, like in my head, I was thinking of the name John Todd, which is totally wrong. James Gunn. Hopefully with James Gunn, the DCEU is becoming better. Like Peacemaker was fun. I watched some episodes. Haven't finished it though. But yeah, like between Iron Man, there was a depth like betrayal, while Iron Man 2, the conflict between the villain was like meh. I feel like Iron Man, they could have gotten, like they got away with more in a sense, right? Like the conflict didn't have to be so big, you know, in Iron Man, because it's an origin story. It's yeah, they just have to tell the story. It's like that simple. They just have to express the character, which they did. And then the betrayal was just, you know, okay. I didn't consider it like the biggest part of the first movie, but the second movie, like the stakes were higher. The character has come, you know, a certain extent. If the Iron Man 2 focused a little bit more on Iron Man's inner demons, no, yeah, him having an addictive personality that would cause him to be a terrible hero and have issues with the law. Yeah, like, basically in Iron Man 2, right, he starts off the movie as an asshole, and he kind of ends it as like an asshole still, but with like some humility. And like some of the like the movie sets up the chips for him to face the problems that he caused, right? But never actually, you know, faces him with a situation where he's forced to like look at what he's done, really, right? Like at least in the first movie where he decides to pivot away from doing weapons, like I feel like that's so poignant for the character, and then there's no similar moment for that in Iron Man 2. So yeah, Iron Man 2, C tier, unfortunately. The DC animated shows are goated. I've been wanting to watch what's it called? The Harley Quinn animated show. It looks really good. I think season 3 is coming out. Best part Iron Man 2 is Mickey Rourke and his bird. Wait, you mean fuck. This is the thing. When you do something like this, right? I have to admit, I totally didn't like study up on the terms again, but there's all these like names. But basically Rhodes, right? And right, War Machine. At that point in... Did his name ever change from War Machine? I don't think so. Whiplash and the parrot. Ah, yes. Oh yeah, he did have a bird. It was like a metal bird, right? Again, forgettable. Justin, hi! How are you? Pivot away from making weapons but proceeds to make the ultimate weapon. I mean, yeah. So, again, clearly, if it wasn't clear enough from like just me not being able to remember people's names and plot points from the second movie, forgettable, not iconic enough, especially considering the start. You know, the 2008 movie. But yeah, moving on! It gets worse! Moving on, it gets worse! The Thor movie 2011. You're out in SS15 just chilling watching the stream? Nice! Nice, nice. I was in SS15 yesterday. Just chilling as well. But yeah, the Thor movie, where's the poster? This is the atrocious first poster for the Thor movie. Really. The Thor movie for me is just like it's here or here for me, honestly. Thor could be A or S tier, really. Here's my problem with like the Thor movie. It's way too short. It doesn't accomplish much, right? So it's more towards the low tier for me. I love Thor. That's the thing. I love Thor, right? And I don't even think that Thor: The Dark World is like that bad, right? Like everybody thinks Thor: The Dark World is like F tier immediately, but I don't think so. But the first Thor is I think the issue for me, especially if like viewing it chronologically, right, is that they presented such an interesting and layered character with Iron Man that Thor's character seems basic in comparison. Like, I enjoyed the setup of Asgard and all that. I enjoyed it. For that, I cannot rank it too low. But it was just it was just so like nothing, right? Like it's so shallow. It's so shallow, and then on top of having, you know, not much depth, right? There's also no style, right? Like Iron Man and Iron Man 2 set up such a good style for the MCU that just dissipates when it comes to Thor. Like, I understand they were probably trying to go for a different kind of like vibe, a more serious tone, which they were trying to establish with Thor at the beginning, but it just didn't work. I only remember Thor smashing the cup in the cafe. More. Another. No, he says another. Yeah. Literally, that's it. That's it. And Kat Dennings is great. Like, there were so many elements for Thor that should have worked that didn't. And I think it comes down to tone for me. Like the lack of style for the movie. Just, it was so flat. It was so flat. The Thor movie was like a duplicate story plot from Iron Man, just that one was machine and the other one's like a mythical vibe. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And if you compare it in that sense, right, it becomes extra clear why Robert Downey Jr.'s performance is quintessential to Iron Man. Because the moment they direct Chris Hemsworth towards this more like serious vibe, right, it just doesn't work. It just didn't work. Like, there are some things I can appreciate about it, but it was like not high for me. It was too flat. Devil Mark, hello, how are you? How are you doing? Yeah, do we want to bump it up to D? I mean, what I appreciated most about it was probably the setup of Asgard, right? I liked the setup of his family. I like the setup of Loki. But like, The Incredible Hulk? I saw that. Is it considered part of the MCU? I've watched it, but like such a long time ago that I generally don't remember it. E plus. I mean, I could put it as D because I appreciate like some parts of Thor, but not all parts. I think overall it's kind of weak. But yeah, the Incredible Hulk is technically part of MCU, but it's not really canon. Yeah, I mean, I partially decided to exclude the Incredible Hulk because I haven't watched it in a while. But yeah, a lot of people don't consider it as part of the like 27 gun, so I didn't include it. How goes the bashing of older MCU movies? I mean, Iron Man is S+ for me, so not all bashing. But yeah, I'm gonna bump down Thor. I'm gonna be less generous. Thor goes down for me. It's just unfortunate because like it was so flat. This is OG Thor. Yeah, it's Thor 1. We're still at Thor 2011. Yeah. It was such a shame because it was so flat. Like basically it was, you know, Thor is irresponsible, and then by the end of the movie, he thinks about somebody other than himself. Ding! It's like a children's story. Yeah, it didn't do enough for me. Moving on. Captain America: The First Avenger. This was my favorite MCU movie for a long time. Where is it? No, this is Winter Soldier. Is this the first Avenger? I can't see it. Oh my god. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, First Avenger. Captain America: The First Avenger was... I can't lie about this. It was genuinely my favorite MCU movie for a really, really long time. I used to be unfairly... But to be fair, I used to be like biased towards the First Avenger because I loved Captain America and I loved Chris Evans. Maybe that's more accurate. You've never watched Captain America 1, Sim? You should. It's solid. It's solid. It's not Iron Man level, but there is something about the First Avenger that it's solid in a different way, right? Captain America 1 is bland to me. A lot of people have told me that Captain America is bland, yes. And it's not S tier for me, but it's like solid A tier for me, I think. Because it was a very straightforward story, right? Not as straightforward as Thor. It had depth for sure. Okay. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The First Avenger, if you go back and watch it now, right, is very Hallmarky. Like the stereotype of a Hallmark movie where, you know, underdog rises against the challenges and like becomes something amazing and like sacrifices, and it's like sad, you know, you cry watching it. I've definitely cried watching like First Avenger before. So if you go back and watch it, like it's but watching it when it came out, right, was... And I'm always gonna be stuck in that headspace of watching like the First Avenger when it first came out, because my first reaction to it was so visceral, right? Like where Iron Man as an origin story was so like bombastic and, you know, action and funny and like just a blockbuster, Captain America: The First Avenger was such an emotional take on like an origin story. Like Captain America could have easily been written off as like just a do-gooder, right? And I think that's kind of why people find him to be bland in a sense, because he's a guy that does like the right thing no matter what, you know. Yeah, I love that about Captain America. Like, I gotta say, I'm weak for that stereotype of like a hero character who pushes to do the right thing, like no matter what. Like the scene that will always stick to me is Steve jumping on top of the grenade. Like, oh my god, that shit, like if I watch it now, I think I will cry watching it. Like, just, it's so heart-wrenching in like the right way. Yeah. Stoli, thank you so much for the follow. Hi. How are you? Captain America's typical nice guy. Yeah, I mean, I understand why people think Captain America is bland. And this is probably like a personal bias of mine because I like, you know, protagonist characters who do the right thing. And yeah, it's a weakness of mine. Big F rat. Or is it big as fuck rat? Sorry, was that rude? Hi, welcome in. Please correct me on how to pronounce your name. This is why I'm not a huge fan of Cap. Yeah, this is why I wasn't initially like such a big fan of Iron Man. I was more of a Captain America person because he was like a nice guy. So I think first Avengers solely comes down to like what kind of characters. It's just a personal preference, I guess. Don't worry, nobody gets it right. Oh no. So how should I pronounce your name? But yeah, first Avenger. I mean, I'll be the first person to say that I'm biased. But yeah, like Blur Echo said, there are pretty memorable parts. Train scene with Bucky, montage of fighting Nazis, the sacrifice. Yeah. Like even when they did the Captain Carter episode of What If, like it played all the same heartstrings for me, you know. And where I think Iron Man has that like blockbuster quality, like Captain America the First Avenger feels very like legendary for me. Very like, there are so many parts in the movie where you can pinpoint, you know, so many moments that prove why Steve is Steve, right? And the whole movie, yeah, the whole movie kind of feels like that, where, you know, there's this like skinny ordinary dude, and what makes him extraordinary, like this movie proves what makes him extraordinary, right? And the What If episode also points it out. Like, I feel like the fact that a What If episode that kind of just, the fact that they can even do an episode on it feels so, I mean, how do I even put this into words? How do I even put this into words? There were just so many iconic, you know, parts in the first Avenger that it feels very like legend for me. Like it feels like when you go back to it and you do like a parody episode like in What If, or if you like go back and tell the story again, like the like movies later in the MCU like reference his origin story. It's just so legendary. Like the way that people within the MCU like think about Captain Rogers is the way that the first Avenger makes me feel, you know. I hope that kind of like sums it up. I have the same issue of why I dislike Superman character where he's too OP. I mean, I like Unhinged Superman, but Justice League Superman is so bad, annoying. I haven't watched enough Superman to even have an opinion on Superman. But yeah, I have had people equate Superman and Captain America for me though. Yeah, people have like talked to me about that because it's just like somebody on the straight and narrow, right? But yeah, like the first Avenger being an A tier is totally just my bias, I think. Like I'm just a big fan of characters like these, but I think later, like what makes Captain America a great character for me in the MCU comes in his later films, right? And in fact, the Avengers is one of the films that kind of proves this for me, and it sets up like the all-important conflict in the earlier phases of the MCU, right? Which is the Iron Man versus Captain America conflict. And I have seen this, I mean, I'll touch on it a little bit more when we get to Civil War, but I've seen this summed up really well, where somebody online said that the difference between Iron Man and Captain America is that both of them want to do the right thing, right? But Iron Man is more aware of what society perceives as right? And it probably comes from him being sort of a celebrity, right? Where he's very concerned about what other people think of as right and the current law of what is right, whereas Captain America is a person that is so displaced. Like, his entire character is about him being displaced in time, right? That his version of right is what he believes to be right, and in that sense it's more, straight and narrow. And both of them are right and wrong in different, depending on how you look at it, but like, because their principles are so different, yeah, it's the crux of their conflict, even though both of them are trying to do the right thing. But yeah, it just so happens that Captain America is trying to do the right thing, outside of however laws have changed now. Captain America affected by the cosmic cube that turned him into a Hydra agent is nice. Wow, isn't this... Yeah, that was the comic. That was the comic plot, right? Yeah, I don't know why people... Okay, this is the thing that I was wondering, right? Why do people need characters to be edgy? Why do people need characters to be edgy? I liked Captain America because he wasn't edgy. But yeah, I think that's just me. I think that's just me. Like, people were really obsessive over like Loki, and people loved Iron Man because they were a bit more like edgy. I couldn't get it. I don't get it. Same reason why teens go into the emo phase. Maybe it's because I didn't have an emo phase. I didn't have an emo phase. Maybe that's why. But yeah, the Avengers. Back to the Avengers. So, where is the Avengers poster? It's this one, right? Yeah, it is. Is it? No, this Age of Ultron. Wait, where is it? Oh, here. There we go. It was slightly hidden. Avengers for me is between S or S plus for me. And like, I didn't feel like this about the Avengers movie until I rewatched it recently, right? And when I rewatched it, then I really, really realized how pivotal the Avengers was when it first came out. And it kind of surprises me how early the Avengers came out as well. Because the Avengers came out when there were only about 4 movies, or if you count Incredible Hulk, then 5 movies. But yeah, there were only like 4 or 5 movies, and they didn't even introduce like all the characters by the time the Avengers came out. So it was insane that this even happened. But yeah, the Avengers is... I need to think about this a bit more, but it's easily between S and S plus, and solely because the Avengers pretty much introduced, like, formed the MCU, right? Avengers at release was so hype. It was. I mean, it basically is the MCU, because there was no other like superhero franchise that really like united the characters and united the storyline across multiple movies like the MCU has done. But it was at the point where there was that iconic team up in the Avengers when people really realized that, wow, like this is something that can happen, and this is a movie that people have to watch the previous movies in order to understand. Like, that was not something that happened outside of like regular sequels or trilogies in the past. Was it Iron Man 2 that started the MCU? Nick Fury and Black Widow? Not really. Because Nick Fury and Black Widow existed only within Iron Man at the moment. So yeah, it's not about the unity of characters, it's about uniting characters across movies. Yeah. There's the Justice League, but the characters were made in reverse. Yeah, This was 2012, dude. Remember when people were talking about the apocalypse in 2012 and how the world was gonna end? That was the year when the Avengers came out, man. Think back to what it was like back then. Wasn't it a crazy time? But yeah, okay, I'm gonna put it at S for now. I don't know if it's quite S plus, but it's definitely S for me. Like, so solid. And earlier I mentioned, you know, how some of the pivotal character development for like Iron Man was done in the Avengers. And I think it's the same for Captain America in Avengers and Nick Fury in Avengers. Like, it doesn't make sense in a traditional movie standpoint, because by right the characters are supposed to develop the most in their own movies, but the Avengers served as launching points and pivotal like character moments for so many people, so many characters in that movie, that like it has to be S, or I don't know, S tier, S plus, S tier for sure. It was a normal typical year for me in 2012. Were you in high school in 2012? I was in early high school in 2012, I think. I was 12 when Iron Man came out. Like, I remember I was 12 in 2008 because that was like, I think the China Olympics or the Tokyo Olympics or something. I remember something like that. I was just a hardcore Chuni during 2012. Oh no. The Chunibyo years. Oh no. But yeah, I definitely watched Avengers when it came out, but I don't think it hit me how amazing it was until I watched it again later. Maybe it has to be S plus for me, because I'm thinking about it again, right? I'm thinking about it again, and it is just so iconic. There are so many iconic things that happen in that movie that solidifies the MCU for me. Or S. I don't know. I can't exactly put every single movie into S plus, right? That would be unfair. But yeah, it was good. It was. Brace yourself, Dark Lord. You are no match for my cursed fist of death. I think also at the start of my college days in 2012. Or is it S plus? guys, okay, S. We stick it to S for now, okay? But yeah, just it's kind of similar to me when I think of the first Avenger. I think of the Avengers almost hand in hand, kind of, because the moments in Avengers were just so iconic, and it kind of also was the start of the MCU ensemble format, right? I mean, it was pretty much, right, the start of the event, like the MCU's ensemble format, and how they were juggling all these different plot lines simultaneously, all these different characters, while at the same time, like, not to mention introducing some characters for the first time. I'm just thinking, you know, to Black Widow's iconic, like, chair fight scene at the start, her going to like this village to find the Incredible Hulk, like so many iconic moments. And then of course, like in the heart of the battle, the people learning what the Avengers are, right, and asking why should we follow your instructions. And then Roger is like immediately kicking butt, and everybody like immediately following his orders, and his like inner military like dude coming in. So iconic. Also the introduction to the new Hulk, Mark Ruffalo. Yeah, that too. It was so good. So like, Okay, we'll keep it at S for now. We'll keep it at S. We'll keep it at S. Like, it's definitely not a movie without its flaws, right? Yeah, like the whole idea of them regrouping because of fuck, Agent, what's his name? No, why can't I remember his name, bro? I can't remember his name, guys. I'm blaming this on like having spent the last 5 to 6 hours watching Stranger Things Volume 2, and my brain is like fully freshly in Stranger Things. Coulson! Yes, thank you. His first name is Agent. His first name is Agent, second name Coulson, right? His first name is Phil. Why do I remember his first name but not his second name? But yeah, like the whole them coming back together because Agent Coulson died, and it was a little bit forced for me even back then, but I think it brought across a message that it needed to. There are some parts of it that doesn't age as well as compared to like the Iron Man movie, but overall good. Because he often goes by Agent Coulson, yeah. So it's not my fault for forgetting his name. But yeah, let's leave the Avengers at S tier. Yeah. Also, the introduction of Loki in Avengers was good. It was really good. Moving on. Iron Man 3. So this is why I have to leave the Avengers at S tier, right? Because Iron Man 3 for me... Where is it? Here. Iron Man 3 for me is S+. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but Iron Man 3 is... like, they haven't topped it. They haven't topped Iron Man 3 in my opinion. Like, as... like, none of the character movies have topped Iron Man 3 for me. Not really. Like, Iron Man 3... like, as much as the Avengers was important for Iron Man's character development, right? The way that they bring it together in Iron Man 3 and show such a complex character dealing with so many issues, and really like... I really like the flawed character trope, you know? Iron Man 3 is great. Iron Man 3 is great. Like, where... yeah, it's great. It's great. What can I even say about it? Iron Man 3 for me is B tier because of the Mandarin villain? Really? You didn't like the debate that the Mandarin wasn't actually the Mandarin? I kind of loved it. But for me... Iron Man 3's plot is less consequential for me. Okay, maybe it is S. Because the part of Iron Man 3 that is the most important for me is the arc of Tony Stark's character, right? Like the way that they show Tony's PTSD and the way that he deals with it, the way he... you know, it brings up the idea that Tony can't sleep, you know, because he's dealing with the aftermath of the Avengers. The way that he starts to, you know, throw away his life in the pursuit of relieving some of the guilt that he faces, right? And it was everything that I wanted Iron Man 2 to touch upon, honestly, but I totally understand why they couldn't get there until Iron Man 3, because it was important that he went through the events of the Avengers first. And that Iron Man 3 with, you know, the kid, the entire like section with the kid was great. His relationship with Pepper is the best in this movie. It's him coming full circle, and they haven't really explored the character to such an extent like Tony Stark. Yeah, pretty much. Really dislike the debated villain, because the Mandarin was known to be like the Joker villain to Batman. Yeah. I think for me it wasn't too big of a deal because I didn't follow the comics so closely, right? So with the Mandarin not playing such a big part, it didn't feel like such of a letdown to me. So yeah. But yeah, I kind of understand why. I mean, on top of it being an interesting choice, I think it would have been a bit too late to introduce the Mandarin if they wanted to. Like, if they wanted to introduce the Mandarin, I feel like they should have done it in a bigger way in the second movie, right? But I'm sure they had the conversation of whether it was too late or not, because Iron Man's character was already coming to the end of his arc, right? And it was the last solo movie that he had. If they introduced the Mandarin at this stage, would it be worth it? Would it be too rushed? Yeah. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. The Iron Man 3 was the numerous armor he made. That was epic. Yeah, Iron Man 3 was so epic, the final fight and everything. But yeah, it ranks high for me, like, because the rest of the movie is solid, but what elevates it to S tier for me is definitely his character arc. And I think you guys are gonna start seeing a trend, because the first Avenger ranks highly for me because it's heart-wrenching, and Iron Man 3 ranks highly for me because it's heart-wrenching as well. And I guess it's just me enjoying like whenever the MCU steps out of the comfort zone of a superhero movie, right? Or in fact, like any superhero movie that steps out of the comfort zone of a superhero movie is great for me. Good luck with comp, Sim. Like Logan was one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite superhero movies of all time because it breaks the genre. So yeah, Iron Man 3 ranked high for me. Like that scene where he can't breathe, you know, and he's like with the kid and he doesn't know whether Pepper is safe, and yeah, like it's great. It's great. It's so good. Like I don't think the MCU has done for a character what they've done for Tony Stark since then, really. So yeah, S plus. I'm gonna bump it back up to S plus, just because I feel like it. But you know, maybe we'll come back and we'll bump it back down later on. Let me drink some water. The next one is. Oh man, I wasn't looking forward to this one. I was not looking forward to this one, Thor: The Dark World. Guys. I mean, it wasn't the first movie to introduce an Infinity Stone. Like, I guess the first Infinity Stone was introduced in the Avengers, right? The Space Stone. Right. I keep getting the Infinity Stones mixed up, but it's a Space Stone, right? Not the Time Stone. Yeah, it's a Space Stone. And then Thor: The Dark World technically introduces the second one, right? Wasn't it the Reality Stone in Thor: The Dark World, if I'm remembering correctly? But Thor: The Dark World was better than the original Thor for me. Easily. Okay, where is it? Where's the poster for this? The poster was god awful though. But you know, even though it was better than the original Thor, it still wasn't like good. It still wasn't like particularly good. Like I would maybe rank it a D rank movie. Should be the first Avenger for the first stone. Oh yeah, you're right. But the stone in the first Avenger, it was a space stone, right? So the same as the Avengers. Yeah. And then Thor: The Dark World introduces the second Infinity Stone, because we've only seen space up till then, right? Yep, Reality Stone, yep. The Dark World was yeah, agreed. It was like it's not as bad as people say it is. Like, yeah, like I said, it's better than the first movie for me because it at least adds some depth, you know. It brings back characters that we like. Yeah, it has a good Loki arc. It brings back both Kat Dennings and Natalie Portman, who I love. Yeah, like, it was alright. It was just fine. It wasn't as bad as people say. Like, TLDR, it wasn't as bad as people say, but it wasn't, good. It wasn't good. I'm starting to question your taste, Nat. Why? It wasn't as bad as people say it was. It wasn't like an F-tier movie or anything. Like, actually, because Thor 1 was so bad, Like Thor the Dark World was not bad in comparison. And then yeah, forgot Loki's stupid stuff as the Mind Stone. Oh, right. I always get confused between the fucking Space Stone and Mind Stone because the Mind Stone keeps changing colors. Like, why the fuck do they keep coloring the Mind Stone a different color? Yeah. But yeah, Mind Stone is Avengers, correct. But yeah, I think what makes the Dark World slightly better is there's just more stuff going on. There's just more stuff going on compared to the first Thor movie. So, you know, it ranks slightly higher for me. But if I don't have much more to say than that. It was fine. Like, Thor doesn't pick up until the third movie for me. Anyway, what's next? I don't have much to say about the Dark World. Ah yes, Akasha's favorite movie, Captain America the Winter Soldier. I liked it. And like beyond my bias towards the first Avenger, I liked it. I think what sells me for the Winter Soldier is definitely Captain America kind of building his own squad, right? The introduction of the Falcon is fantastic. The introduction of Natasha Romanoff in a bigger way, because this is her first... Yeah, it's her first debut after the events of the Avengers. We get to see more of her, finally. And she gets more of a personality beyond what we see from her in the movies thus far. And then we get to take a closer look at one of Captain America's closest relationships, which was with, you know, his best friend Bucky. Actually, when I think about it, let's see, where's the movie poster? This Age of Ultron. Ah, this one. When I think about it, right, I might have to move down the first Avenger, right? Because the Winter Soldier was good. It's not an S tier movie for me, but it's better than the first movie. Like, the Captain America movies definitely like go on an upward, it's an upward scale, which I can appreciate because Iron Man kind of took a dip in between there, right? But Captain America movies have been on the up and up. The Winter Soldier was a nice movie, as is what made Captain America really question his loyalty to the flag. Yeah, agreed. And also brings back the point I mentioned earlier about what drives Steve's sense of justice, right? What his sense of what right is and what wrong is really comes, you know, it starts to build up in this movie. Obviously, it comes to a hilt in Civil War, where he has a direct conflict with Iron Man. But this movie really, it really starts to build that up. And it definitely does have a soft spot for me because it dives deeper into how he's dealing with being out of time, you know? Because his whole thing is about being displaced in society and everything around him changing. And, you know, one of the reasons why he's so attached to Bucky is because he's a reminder of his anchor, you know, into the past, right? Which is such a core part of Captain America's like struggle. And I've got a lot to say about this in terms of his actions at the end of Endgame, but yeah, his character has always been about this. Probably the only annoying thing, his love life, where it was sadly missed. Actually, that was probably the only annoying thing to me about Civil War, Captain America Civil War. But because Captain America the Winter Soldier doesn't have anything like that, it was solid. It was good. It was not my favorite out of all of them. I think if I were to just rank between the Captain America movies, Civil War is still number one for me. But the Winter Soldier is solid. Like, his chemistry with Black Widow alone, or even with the Falcon as well, like alone kind of sells the movie for me. Pretty much. But yeah, I just appreciate like what the movie did to kind of fill in the blanks for us. Because he immediately jumps from the first Avenger into the Avengers, right? And then the Winter Soldier kind of picks up from that. Which yeah, it was nice. Like it always breaks my heart to see like Steve and his notebook. His like brown notebook and like writing all the stuff that he missed while he was in the ice for 100 years. That always makes me so sad. But yeah, it brings up all these like little things about his struggle as a character that I really liked. Yeah, it was good. And I like, you know, the way that they set up Bucky as well, because it comes back later. I have heard people have complaints about his relationship with Bucky and how far he is willing to go for Bucky though. And how it's even out of character. I've heard complaints like that, but no, I've never felt that. I've always felt that Steve, you know, going out of his way for his comrade, like, has been a thing from the start, because he will do, yeah, I mean, even from the first movie, even though he's on the side of the government in the first movie, and arguably he's on the side of the government throughout the Avengers, right? He is always willing to like disobey his immediate orders in order to like do the right thing, whether it's like save a friend, you know, save a squad or whatever it is, you know, because he values second chances and life. There should not be any complaints for cause. Wait, what happened to my music? What? Hello? Is it? Why did it stop playing? Okay, there we go. I do appreciate how they remodeled the movie's interpretation of the Falcon compared to the comics, because the comic Falcon is really goofy. I mean, a lot of the comic book characters were pretty goofy. So, you know, Falcon's not the first to be remodeled. In the comics, Falcon could talk to an eagle, wears a 90s wrestling suit that could also fly. I wouldn't have minded the eagle, actually. It would have been funny. If like the Falcon had a talking, like he talked to his eagle. It kind of reminds me of Peacemaker. Yeah lah, Peacemaker from DC. It's hilarious. Eagly. But yeah, Captain America the Winter Soldier, solid. Like, where Iron Man failed to further character development for Tony Stark, I think Captain America the Winter Soldier was a good sequel, because it did everything it was supposed to. It wasn't great. It wasn't like S tier for me, but it did everything it was supposed to do as a sequel, so I'm satisfied with that. Hey! Oof. Are we like a third through? We are a third through. There was also like a relationship tease between Captain America and Black Widow. Oh my god, I wish they got together. I wish they got together in like the movies. The fact that she ends up with the Hulk, like the fact that their final relationship is with the like Black Widow and Hulk, I don't like it. I don't like it. I know a lot of people like them, but like, I don't like it. Captain America and Black Widow should have been it. I think it would have been the most interesting. Because like, what made their chemistry so palpable is that Black Widow is a character that has done the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, right? MCU couldn't decide who to ship Black Widow with yet then. Yeah, the super soldier, super spy. That would have been cute. Or even, I don't think this would have worked out in the MCU, but Black Widow and Bucky was a thing in the comics, right? But yeah, Black Widow is like a character that has done all the wrong things for all the wrong reasons, and Captain America is a character that does all the right things all the time. So it would have been such an interesting relationship, because Black Widow was also, you know, on that arc of becoming a good guy and reconciliating her like previous faults and mistakes, and it would have been interesting. Black Widow also had like a fling with Hawkeye. It wouldn't have worked for the MCU, but in the comics, yeah. I mean, the comics were weird, because even what, Wanda and Pietro were a couple in the comics, right? It was weird. Yeah, I wish they got together. It would have been interesting. I mean, even if they didn't like end up together in the end, I think it would work out. It works more than Black Widow and Hulk for me. Like Black Widow and Hulk kind of work, but yeah, I prefer Cap and Widow. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the list right now, and I think that's kind of... Hold on. I have a wiki to show the phases, because I don't remember exactly the phases for the MCU movies. Right, yeah. So Iron Man 3, Dark World, Winter Soldier are all phase 2 already. Yeah, phase 1 ends with the Avengers, that makes sense. But like, to me, the storytelling style takes a huge pivot after the Winter Soldier. I feel like the Winter Soldier is the last of like the classic MCU movies. And then Guardians of the Galaxy goes like nuts. Hold on, there was an old Avengers animated movie where Cap and Widow had a son? What? Nope, I mean, I know in the comics they all kind of get with each other, but I'm still not super familiar with all the pairings, and it still shocks me. But yeah. Moving on. Guardians of the Galaxy... Okay, Guardians of the Galaxy is a bit of a personal problem for me, right? I think it's... Okay. I think it's great, but I don't like Chris Pratt. I think the Guardian of the Galaxy movies are great, but I cannot get over my personal dislike for Chris Pratt. But okay, if we're looking at this objectively, right? No, let me move this down. I'll move Iron Man 3 down. Like, it was good, but it wasn't like Iron Man status. Okay, where's the Guardians of the Galaxy poster? Should be this one. Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one, right? The first one is S/S+ for me. Like, it was great. It was great. It was solid. James Gunn is fantastic. Like, even... Have you guys watched the recent Suicide Squad movie, or even like Peacemaker? James Gunn is doing such a great job with the DCEU. And like, yeah, it's kind of wild to see, because he did such a... Like, Guardians of the Galaxy is kind of like the wild child of the MCU, right? And then he goes on to do like... He's absolutely like unhinged with the DC stuff. Like, if you want to see unhinged Guardians of the Galaxy, right? That's Suicide Squad. Like the recent one, it was good. The first Guardians of the Galaxy is definitely S tier, right? Like, as much as I like, it goes to show the strength of the movie, because as much as I hate Chris Pratt, Guardians of the Galaxy was too good. I like the more lighthearted movies. Little Neko, I totally get that. Also, Michaela, hi, how are you? It was too good. Like, not S+ for me, but it was too good. Even though, yeah, Chris Pratt. I don't want to get into Chris Pratt right now. But yeah. Like, I think Guardians of the Galaxy gives me the strongest Iron Man vibes, right? It wasn't as revolutionary as... Oh, was it? Like, because I'm thinking back to it, right? And Guardians of the Galaxy is such a tone shift, right? Because Iron Man 1 and even Iron Man 2 and the Avengers kind of set up this comical tone that the rest of the movies don't really follow up on. Like, the rest of the movies, like Thor and Captain America, are quite serious in comparison, and Guardians of the Galaxy is such a breath of fresh air, like in the earlier phases of the MCU, right? And the fact that the fact that like there are just some jokes and certain songs now that I cannot unpair from Guardians of the Galaxy like goes to show how iconic the movie is. Yeah, it's a bright movie in terms of plot and the background. Yeah. So like I'm very tempted to put it in S+ almost. Because it was funny, it was light, it was great. Maybe I'll stick to S for now. Hooked on the Feeling is Poison. Is that the remake version of the Suicide Squad movie? Yeah, I'm talking about the remake one. So the one with the shark and the rat girl, that one. I like how Guardians of the Galaxy movies and games is about a group of broken people who find each other as a family. Yeah, the found family trope, right? I'm trying to decide if I want to bump it up to S+. I think I can't let my personal biases get in the way. I can't, right? Like I might not like Chris Pratt, but like the movie was so good. Right? The found family trope is great. Like the Power Stone, the like final scene with Groot, the everything, it was so well constructed. And I think, you know, because all the movies up till Guardians of the Galaxy were about heroes, right? Just the inclusion of like that anti-hero gang of Guardians of the Galaxy makes it such a breath of fresh air. So fun. To be fair, tier lists are all about bias. Yeah, true. But do I bump this great movie down to S just because I don't like Chris Pratt's religious views? No, yeah, it's S+. It's S+. Let's end the conversation there. It's S+. It's S+. The cinematography was really nice in the movie. I love the flower edit they did with Harley Quinn. Oh yeah, that was great. I really like what they did with Harley Quinn's character as a whole, actually. But the final battle was seriously a little downfall, like a little letdown for you? I liked it, actually. The dance battle and everything, that was fun. I liked it. So yeah, maybe it is an S+ movie for me. I'm like rethinking my entire life right now. But yeah, it's good. I think, okay, if I were to think about my S+ movies thus far, right? I think they share one thing in common, right? Which is, it's... Both my S+ movie choices have been very innovative, right? And very tone shift. Yeah, like there's a huge tone shift from what we expect from the MCU thus far. And yeah, I like how Iron Man changes the way that we view superhero movies as a whole, and Guardians of the Galaxy breathes fresh air into the MCU. Like, yeah, okay, I think I can deal with my S+ decisions. The final battle with the random dance battle was like, huh? I loved it, actually. Like, it was so funny. Cause like, yeah, just thinking about like all the other movies before it, they were very, very serious, and Guardians of the Galaxy doesn't take itself too seriously, which I appreciate. And like, just skipping ahead a little bit, right? But I wouldn't rank the second Guardians of the Galaxy as high because I feel like it shifts away from what made the first movie great. Because the first movie was so lighthearted and hilarious and didn't take itself too seriously at all, which was such a fresh start, right? Then the second movie starts to take itself seriously and it becomes bad. Like, yeah, it becomes bad because it starts to take itself seriously. So yeah, first movie is up there for me. Second movie, But yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Especially when you think about... Yep, like who said... like Blur Echo said about the found family trope, right? It is also the first time that that kind of happens in the MCU. isn't it? Like, the Guardians of the Galaxy almost feels like a mini Avengers movie onto itself because they're gathering a squad. You're meeting all these characters for the first time. It is an ensemble cast, right? And it's balanced very well. It's balanced very well, and you don't require any like prior movies to watch in order to understand everybody's like context. Yeah, it's good. And it's the first movie to explore that found family trope in the MCU too, so I can appreciate that. But yeah, overall, it kind of elevates it up there for me just because it's so well constructed. Second movie, most scenes were stolen by Baby Groot. Yeah. Yeah, like, Guardians of the Galaxy was funny. Like, purely funny. And then the second movie, I feel like, became a bit too tropish for my liking. Yeah. But anyway, moving on. Now, like, looking back at this list, right, it's weird that they jumped from GOTG to Age of Ultron. Because, like, there's not enough movies in between the first Avengers movie and the second Avengers movie. Right? Like, I remember feeling that... Yeah, I remember feeling that even when Age of Ultron was coming out, like, it was too soon. In my opinion, you know? Okay, like, we got the Iron Man wrap-up, fine. We got Thor's second movie, which was inconsequential, okay. We got Guardians of the Galaxy, which didn't even come into play in Age of Ultron. Did it? No. Then the Winter Soldier. I mean, okay lah, but I still feel like, wow, Age of Ultron happened so soon. Didn't it? But yeah, I have talked to people who believe Age of Ultron is like the best Avengers movie. I agree to disagree. Where would I put it though? Okay, this is the poster. It's like an... like an A-B movie for me? A minus. You know, kind of, right? Like B plus A minus. Okay, we'll put it here for now. But let me explain my reasons, right? Ultron was a good villain, right? I cannot fault the movie for that. Ultron was a good villain. Yeah, Ultron was a good villain, but it wasn't enough to carry the whole movie, pretty much. Yeah, like, the elements that they added to the movie just didn't live up to, like, the scale. And I think it's because, right, when I was explaining earlier about why I enjoyed the Avengers movie, the first one, so much, is because they balanced the ensemble cast so well. They managed to develop each of them, you know, within the span of the movie. It felt meaningful to each of the characters. Age of Ultron, less so. Age of Ultron, like, there are some members of the cast that, like, don't even really need to be there, that feel like they're there just to add numbers, right? And it even, like, felt like a somewhat step down from, like, post events of Iron Man 3, because Iron Man 3 was such a, like, good wrap-up of, like, Tony Stark's character, and then to have him come into Age of Ultron and it feels like his character has taken a back step in terms of paranoia again, you know? Like, Tony literally ends Iron Man 3 by, you know, giving up his heart and, like, overcoming this, like, number one fear that he had. Then he succumbs to fear again in Age of Ultron, and it doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Ultron was supposed to be like a god tier villain like Thanos, but the movie made him like the usual one-day use villain. But yeah, like, as somebody who didn't read the comics, right, I thought Ultron was, like, well done, right? But, like, everything around him wasn't amplified enough. Like, I'm telling you, if they put more effort into character development in Age of Ultron, like, it would have done so much to elevate the stakes for Ultron. Yeah, like it felt like there were pretty much no stakes because the entire movie was just like everybody's mopping up Tony Stark's mistake. That's it. Like it just felt so like I don't think it's the fault of Ultron at all because Ultron was such a compelling villain, but like there were practically no stakes on the side of the Avengers. Like it was fun and everything. It had fun moments, you know. They were like partying and like we got Vision lifting up like the hammer, everybody not being able to lift the hammer, like Steve budging the hammer, foreshadowing, whatever. But like it was inconsequential. Everybody's role there was inconsequential, right? Yeah, like this is why people look back at Civil War and they're like, oh, that was the second Avengers movie because everybody's characters were more involved. But yeah, like Age of Ultron, they really like showed up for a day of work, 1-2 days of work, and then left to do their own things again. So yeah, it's discrediting Ultron. Is discrediting Ultron is discrediting the movie. Yeah. The other saddest part for Age of Ultron was the fastest hero introduction and death. Yeah. I'm mad about Pietro. Like, Age of Ultron made me mad for the way that they introduced the twins and took away Pietro so quickly. Like what was that? This comes back to character development again, because you know they introduce this character for like that has 10-15 minutes of screen time and then they die and they expect us to be like sad about it. We haven't even gotten to know them yet, really? Like, dang. It was just too much. It was too much. I feel like... But like, okay, looking at the MCU thus far, right, and their list of movies, I can kind of see that they needed another hype moment, right? They needed another hype moment. Because the Avengers was so hyped, and then the hype for the rest of the movies was kind of like, and they were like, we need to recreate another like Avengers moment that has everybody like running to the cinema. And then they pulled out Ultron, who was one of the like big bads, and then they don't do it justice. It's just sad. I think if they dragged it out a bit more, did Ultron as one of the big bads for like later in one of the later phases, and then brought out Thanos even later, right, would have been good. But it's good in retrospect, that's the thing. Because it's good in retrospect because now we know that the MCU is successful, but back then the MCU was still kind of like trying to find its footholdings, right? So I understand why they were like pulling out all the big guns back then. Like Age of Ultron definitely contributed to the MCU being what it is today because they needed to capture the people who didn't read comics, right? So I get it, but like it's still disappointing. Avengers 2 is better than Endgame, fight me. I'm definitely like team Infinity War over Endgame, so I kind of get that. I kind of get it. But nah, I would probably rank Endgame higher. Akasha. It's a good sort of future plot for Wanda, but like at the time Pietro was like a useless side character. Right? It's just a shame. It's just a shame. Because I feel like Pietro could have gone further. Plus, I loved Quicksilver and like the X-Men stuff, so it kind of sucked that they were such bland characters. Like even Wanda was such a bland character in like Wanda was a bland character all the way until WandaVision. Like fight me. She was bland all the way until WandaVision, in my opinion. Like her romance with Vision was not enough to make her interesting for me. So sue me. She was only interesting in WandaVision. But yeah, overall, the movie served this purpose. It introduced some crucial characters for future movies, but like they could have done that in any other movie, not an Avengers movie. So yeah. Oh, There's an Avengers animated series where they made sort of justice for Ultron, where Ultron was created from the subconscious of the Infinity Stone when it was used to fight Thanos. Isn't that just Vision though? Isn't that just Vision? Wait. I can agree to that. Wanda was a little underrated character. Yeah, people have been going back like retroactively to say that, oh, you know, that was just like Wanda in her baby era. She was just like new. She was still trying to like find herself, but it was kind of a lame intro. Yeah. But yeah, Age of Ultron, B. C even? Nah, B lah. It wasn't that bad, but it was, yeah, kinda eh. Is it a C movie for me though? Considering I placed Iron Man 2 C. Nah, it was still slightly better. Okay, but yeah, moving on to one of my favorite franchises in the MCU, and we're sort of like in the middle of the MCU at this point, yeah? Ant-Man is the last of Phase 2. It's the last movie in Phase 2. Ant-Man, oh, I love Ant-Man. Like, people cannot talk bad about Ant-Man to me because I will fight them. Ant-Man, my favorite MCU movie, right? No, Ant-Man is great. One of my favorite franchises so far. I'm so excited for Quantumania. Like, again, okay, the reason why Ant-Man is great for me is because it doesn't take itself too seriously, which is what made Guardians of the Galaxy good for me, right? So, but if I had to rank it, like, just in terms of scale, I would say it's an A movie. An A movie. Like, it was lighthearted, it was funny. Paul Rudd is Ant-Man. Like, nobody else could be Ant-Man for me. Like, he is so good. His ensemble cast of characters, from like the thieves to like the Pym family, like Hope and everything is great. It's great. It was really funny, like, and as an origin movie, yeah, it was a good origin movie. Like, I think the only... So, okay, Ant-Man could never rise to the level of S tier for me, just because he isn't like that much of like an epic character. Like, he doesn't really have that epic factor that GOTG or Iron Man has, for example, like in terms of origin movies. But what makes Ant-Man good is that they kind of understand that he's kind of like a silly hero. And the movie doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, Ant-Man himself doesn't take himself too seriously. And it works. It totally works for him. Wait, hasn't they made a robot to store... Oh, they made a robot to store the Infinity Stone, keep it away from Thanos, where he was defeated, but due to the AI robot gaining conscious from the stones, became Ultron. Oh, wow. What animated series is this? For Ant-Man, I'm glad they went with Scott Lang version instead of Hank Pym. Hank Pym was a character with many issues, like he was a white beater and had multiple personality disorder. I assume this is in the comics. But yeah, even Hank Pym in the movies is a bit sussy. But yeah, I can't help but compare Ant-Man and Iron Man, honestly. Because what makes Ant-Man so good is Paul Rudd. I like the heist aspect in the movie. Oh, that was great. Yeah, it was so much fun. Yeah, like, I can't help but compare them. Like, obviously in terms of scale is different and everything, but like what Paul Rudd brought to the character reminds me so much of what Robert Downey Jr. brought to Iron Man. Like, I can't think of anybody else as Ant-Man compared to Paul Rudd. Like, and he's so lovable, and the movie is written in such a lovable and like likable way, and it uses every single like the ability of Ant-Man to shrink down, right? They really utilize it to the like furthest extent. Like, I love the train fight. Like, they're not afraid to be goofy about it. It's great. It's great. And the 3 random comedic thieves in the group. Yeah! Yeah, it just leans into like the goofiness. Kind of like how Guardians of the Galaxy did. But yeah, because Ant-Man is kind of smaller scale, I do have to kind of rank it down a little bit. But yeah, I'm excited for Quantumania, and I love like this setup of Ant-Man's character and what he does in the MCU later on. Yeah, solid A movie. And yeah, moving on. Civil War. Civil War is easily, I think, contender for favorite movie for me. I think so. Like I don't think it's an S plus maybe, but it's an S tier. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not S plus, but definitely S tier for me for Civil War. Easily the best Captain America movie. I mean, the fact that it felt like an Avengers movie really says it all, right? And then on a smaller scale compared to Guardians of the Galaxy, it hit that unexpected pun. Yep. Yep. I mean, he is small. Oh, hold on. Before we get into Civil War, right? Fucking Ant-Man had the best promo of all time. Like, my sister and I still meme it so much. You know, the one where Paul Rudd and the actor for Hank Pym is just like, ants, ants. And then they show like stock pictures of ants. Ants, ants. My sister and I still meme it till today. Amazing. Which is why, man, you know, Ant-Man leaned into the like goofy aspect. It was fantastic. I loved it. Like the ad campaign added to it. Yep. And wasn't there also a Falcon cameo in Ant-Man? Yeah, there was. Or was it the second movie? I don't remember already. But yeah, either way, good. Civil War was really good, but I did feel like it could be 2 movies to flesh things out better. I could totally see it as 2 movies, but as 1 movie, I think it's incredibly solid. I don't know if I would want it to be 2 movies, because I feel like they covered it was a really dense 1 movie lah, for sure. Like, if you're not going into Civil War with the intention of like digesting the information and actively, like, you know, thinking about it while the movie is going on, right? If you're just watching it for the sake of watching it, right, then it's a little like, I definitely didn't grasp the events of Civil War the first time I watched it. But like every single time I watch it again, right, it gets better and better because there's so many layers to Civil War. It's so densely packed, like as an MCU movie. And like, how can they do something like Civil War and like I can't help but compare it to Age of Ultron. Like, Age of Ultron is so bad compared to Civil War. Like, what they managed to achieve with Civil War was like so incredible compared to Age of Ultron. But yeah, I just thought it was a perfect summary to like Cap's character. Like, it's on par with Iron Man 3 for me, so it makes sense that they're both in the S tier here. But yeah, like the movie basically showing the extent at which Steve was willing to go in order to do what was right, in which case was protecting his friend Bucky. And I kind of also like the slightly selfish side that Steve shows in this movie, where, you know, he understands that he's kind of doing something wrong, but and he understands that not everybody like, not everybody cares about Bucky to the extent that he does, you know? Like, he knows that he's going out of, like, on a limb for Bucky, but the fact that he still does it, like, I like seeing that selfish part of him. Like, the plot twist where he knows what happens to Tony's parents but never tells him is so good. It is so good because, like, Steve being this such like straight and narrow character, showing this moment of selfishness is so great. Like, you know, he does have like a selfish part to him. He is struggling from being displaced in time after 100 years. So he is going to like make the selfish decision of like protecting his friend, who is the only thing he has left from like the olden days, right? It's fantastic. And then just, you know, the added complexity of seeing things from Iron Man's standpoint, seeing it from trying to understand both aspects, pitting hero against hero, which is, you know, everybody was so excited for a potential X-Men versus Avengers thing in the MCU, which I still think is something that could happen. But the Civil War is kind of like a taste of that, right? And I kind of loved it as a Captain America movie. I know a lot of people like view it as an Avengers movie, but I love it as a Captain America movie because it shows, like, you know, all the movies thus far, who are the people that Steve has recruited on his side, right? And like the strength of his command. And it kind of reminds me of towards the end of RDR2, where Arthur amasses like respect, right? So much respect. It reminds me of this, you know, it reminds me of Civil War and how Steve has all these followers because they respect his principles and his values, right? And even where Black Widow like betrays Iron Man so that to help Steve in the end, like it's a great show don't tell, right? Like I feel a lot of the all the Captain America movies so far has been show don't tell, right? Because Steve is a man of action, so they're constantly showing the actions that he takes rather than the words that he says, which is also kind of a nice parallel to Iron Man, because Iron Man is a man of speech instead of action most of the time. Civil War was like a part B to Avengers 2 Age of Ultron movie, part A in Iron Man's view. Yeah, actually. Yeah. And it also kind of furthered Wanda's character, but again, her character was still kind of bland for me here. It wasn't really the priority for me. It was just interesting to see. Like, I know they just needed something to happen in order to trigger the entire events of the movie, right? But yeah, I mean, they probably just threw it in. So that, you know, they needed to develop Wanda down the line, so, you know, we'll just do this now and then we'll pick it up again later. But yeah, that was less important to me, like the whole Wanda like side plot compared to everything else. Okay, good, you're not done yet. Yeah, I'm not done yet. Where did you go, Prob? Where were you? Went to play Gang Beasts for a bit. Did you win? Ending of Civil War was also bittersweet, as I recall. Highlighted how both Iron Man and Cap fought for their own justice, although they didn't really hate each other. Also, first time Spider-Man, yeah! First time Spider-Man, and then first time Ant-Man in the larger team as well, which was fun. Because Iron Man was dealing with the aftermath of things happened in Age of Ultron, while for Captain America's side, it was to further drive the plot that happened in Winter Soldier. I'm on Captain America Civil War right now, which is S tier for me. Yep. Yeah, like Burn Echo, it's the thing that I've been saying throughout the stream so far, which is like one of my favorite things about the Avengers era was the Iron Man versus Captain America thing, because they both have their own idea of what is right, what is justice, you know, and the conflict that arises from them pursuing their own version of justice is great. It's great. Damn, you must really hate Thor. I love Thor, but I think his origin movie was trash. Civil War was one of the better movies. Yeah, like Civil War is up there for me, like top 5. I should end this by like doing a top 5, right? Yeah. But yeah, Civil War is great. And I believe Civil War is also the first time that the MCU tied in kind of like the larger picture of politics and stuff, right? Because before that, they were kind of allowed to, you know, you didn't really think too hard about the world that they were in. It's just like superheroes destroying property, blah, blah, fun. Big battle, blah, blah. But Civil War is a bit more serious and actually like ties in consequence, right? Which is good. How the team of superheroes was split between Cap and Iron Man made it really cool too, right? Right? It really said a lot about the kinds of people on each team as well, right? Because like there were some people who were definitely following each side just so... Yeah, they were following like each side because they were friends with the characters, right? There were some of them that were like, oh, okay, you know, the Falcon and Bucky will follow Steve anywhere, right? But the other people who followed Steve were like, or Iron Man respectively, made it interesting because it showed where they stood in terms of this issue, right? It was cool, it was cool. Wasn't the Civil War comics one about the Nazis though? Wasn't it? I don't remember. The introduction of Black Panther, yeah. Like, see, the introduction of Black Panther was so cool. So I feel like the like lame introduction of Wanda Maximoff like has no excuse, right? Like, why were the Maximoff twins introduced in such a lame way? Like Black Panther was so cool in comparison. Man. In the comics, it was due to the legislation law where heroes should reveal their identity so that they could be responsible for the damages, which Iron Man supported while Captain denied. That would have changed it a lot, actually. Yeah. I think the conflict in the movie was a... I mean, I understand the alteration because it aligned a bit more with the direction that they were taking Captain America and Iron Man respectively. Because Iron Man, like I mentioned earlier, was so much about... He's so much about public perception, right? Iron Man. And it probably comes from his history of being a public figure and having to do PR his entire life. Whereas Captain America has always been about justice regardless of the law. So like, in the movies, it aligns with their characters a bit more cleanly. Because heroes are revealing their identities would cause more issues for the family relations, yeah. Nobody in the MCU really has a secret identity, I've realized, right? Except Spider-Man. But other than that, cause like Falcon, War Machine, they all appear like outside of their costume for like government stuff, don't they? So like, there's no secrets to it. No, Black Panther, not even Black Panther, cause okay, maybe the wider like Earth doesn't know who he is, but the Black Panther is nominated like within their community. Like everybody in Wakanda knows who the Black Panther is, kan? So it's not even a secret identity, really. The movie did take a little inspiration from the comics about the law, but luckily it was like a small plot. But yeah, I just like how it tied into both characters, right? Like, it kind of felt nice as well because it was like a follow-up to... Okay, earlier I mentioned that I didn't like how Iron Man's character kind of took a step back in Age of Ultron. I kind of like that they sort of tied it up again in Civil War. So yeah, a lot of things for me to like about it. But yeah, again, very, very dense movie. I think it could have been 2 parts, right? I agree with you guys. I think it could have been 2 parts. But I'm also not like... I don't have like a huge need for it to be 2 parts. I think if you pay attention the first time, like, you know, it's good enough. 1 movie's good enough. I need to head off. Have fun, everyone. Bernecto, it was really nice meeting you today. Good night, good night. Thanks for being here. Civil War made Age of Ultron more relevant? Yes. I just wish they didn't need Civil War to retcon it though. I mean, it wasn't really retconning it, but I wish there it didn't have to like retroactively make it important, you know? It should have been important from the get-go, but yeah, that's why Age of Ultron is a B movie for us. But yeah, from Civil War, next, Doctor Strange. Ooh, that's a tough one. Doctor Strange. Oh, the only complaint I have is they made Cap fucking kiss Sharon Carter. Right, I totally forgot about this. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I hated the romance in Civil War. I like blacked it out of my brain. I blacked it out. I totally forgot about it. It was bad. It was so bad. Like, why? Why would they make him kiss his like ex's niece? Jesus Christ. So yeah, no, I'm totally, yep, agreed. Nope. I totally forgot that happened. I have blacked it out. I've suppressed it. Yeah, they needed to save their butt a little bit from the Age of Ultron's downfall movie. I really wonder if they did. Like, I wonder if it was a reactive move, you know? Because the movies were released... Oh shit, the movies were released 1 year from each other. I don't know how fast they produced the movies before this. Because COVID kind of screwed up everybody's schedule, right? Production schedules. But yeah, I don't know if it would have been a reactive move. If they really planned it out to be like this, it's a bit of a shame, yeah. But anyway, Doctor Strange. Huh. One of my favorite characters for sure. Like, Doctor Strange is one of my favorite characters. And I had so many hopes from the first movie because the first movie was good. It was solid. I think it's solidly A for me. Right? I really enjoyed Doctor Strange. I cannot put it in S just because of, like, again, scale, right? I feel like it's on par with, like, Ant-Man for me. Maybe slightly elevated because Doctor Strange... magic and whatnot. Yeah, like... Doctor Strange at that point when it came out felt the least like an MCU movie compared to all of the other movies that were being released, and I liked it for that. Like, Doctor Strange was again a tone shift, but a very welcome one. Yeah, like, I feel like if the Thor movies were released now, right, if they went in the direction of the Doctor Strange movies, that would have worked out for them. Because Thor was trying to attempt more of a serious vibe, right? And Doctor Strange nailed it. Yeah. Tharasa, hi! Cause for long but wanted to pop in. Thank you for popping in. How are you? A surgeon going to Nepal. The other aspects of the world are, you know, outside of America, is it? It is a good origin story. I think the only thing that kind of fell flat for me was the ending of Doctor Strange. Yeah, Dormammu was funny, but not epic. I wish it would have been epic, you know? Like Guardians of the Galaxy, the funny ending works for me because Guardians of the Galaxy is funny across the board. But Doctor Strange was a little bit more serious, and I kind of wish the villain was a little bit more serious as well. But other than that, it was a solid movie. It was solid. Like, the Doctor Strange was good, so I have a lot of thoughts about Multiverse of Madness. Like, it was really promising, the setup for Doctor Strange. He has come to bargain. You still have COVID but feeling better? That's good, Teresa. That's good. Yeah. Please rest more. I hope you get better soon. Yeah, Doctor Strange was... Yeah, it was interesting. I would put it an A movie for a couple of reasons, right? It wasn't as funny as the rest, but I feel like it executed that difference in tone very well. It was a little bit more serious. It worked for them. Benedict Cumberbatch was inspired casting. Like, I cannot imagine anybody else as Doctor Strange than Benedict Cumberbatch. And that, I mean, MCU casting in general has been fantastic, and I haven't really pointed at a character and said, you know, I want you to be somebody else, really ever. But particularly with like Doctor Strange and Ant-Man and Iron Man, I feel were so on point. So on point. And then yeah, Doctor Strange revealed like more of the MCU that like parts of the MCU that we've never seen before, which I appreciate. And it was yeah. Another thing, the Time Stone was one of the nicest kept artifacts. Yeah. Like the character, Tilda Swinton's character was definitely a big part of what made Doctor Strange great for me. Like I loved her character. Yeah. But yeah, it's not an S tier for me because it doesn't really reinvent the wheel in any way. And the villain was kind of a big letdown. Yeah. Like it couldn't really play off the joke as well as GOTG just because the tone was so serious throughout. And then to end like that was a bit of a letdown. Yeah. The movement of the eye until today is hard to mimic for a collection. Wait, what? You mean like the opening of the artifact? Very cool though, very cool. But yeah, I have more to say about Doctor Strange, but we'll get there when we get to MOM. Yeah. Because a lot of my hopes for MOM came from how solid the first Doctor Strange movie was. But yeah. I kind of want to go to the toilet, guys. Can I take a quick toilet break? Oh, Salkin, thank you for the sip. How are you? We're kind of having a chill time today. We're talking about MCU. But I really need to run to the toilet. Okay. I'm gonna quickly run to the toilet. Oh my god, why did my lo-fi stop? Hold on. Is it playing? Okay. Okay, see y'all in like 2 minutes, yeah? Okay, be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Okay, are we ready to continue the rant? I think I warned you guys that this was gonna take a long time. Because I have a lot of MCU thoughts, okay? But hi Salkin, I am doing good. I'm excited to be beginning our long weekend of 600 follower celebrations. This is our first day, and then Saturday, Sunday we're also doing more. I'm a little bit tired of talking, to be honest. I think it doesn't help that my brain is a little bit scattered today. Hopefully it's explained by the ADHD tag in my stream. Although I don't know, do people actually look at stream tags? I look at stream tags, I don't know if people look at stream tags. But yeah, I just finished watching Stranger Things Volume 2 today. And god, my thoughts are all there. But yeah, this has been fun so far, and I've been wondering whether we want to do maybe like a monthly kind of like podcasty thing where we discuss shows or movies that came out this month or something like that. It might be fun. Cause like god, I have so many thoughts just from watching the last like 3 or 4 hours of Stranger Things. But yeah. Where were we? We were at... Right, we were halfway through. So Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 was supposed to be next. I'll try to like speed it up because we... How long have we been streaming? Oh my god. We've been going on for 2 hours. No wonder my mouth is tired. My god. I'll try to speed it up. I'll try to speed it up, but not like, you know, Pietro getting introduced for like 2 minutes and then dying. Not that kind of speeding up. 2 hours and 19 minutes. That's crazy. I kind of want to power wash after this, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Oh my god, 3-hour map. Jesus. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I kind of touched on it earlier, but it was not great for me. Where is the... this one. I mean, it was fine. It was fine. Though, like, it had its good parts, but I feel like it lost a lot of the spark of like what made Guardians of the Galaxy 1 so amazing. And then to jump to Volume 2 and it starts to take itself a bit more seriously, I feel like it's a bad direction for the movie. And it felt like lots of things were... Yeah, a lot of things were just happening at the same time. Like too many things were happening at the same time. And I didn't care so much. Like, they just introduced the idea of Celestials so quickly like that I couldn't become invested in the idea, you know. We literally met Ego and then he died in the same movie. So, like, it was just a waste of the concept, you know. And honestly, it's kind of affected the way that I see Celestials now. Because the way they're described in all the other movies seem so... like... overpowered and crazy and big and scary, but then they literally like kill a Celestial in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, so like the power balance a bit Nat, you're gonna need a subathon to get all the MCU movies? What? No, I'm finishing today. I'm gonna finish today, okay? Gonna finish today. But yeah, Volume 2 is just... Yeah, there were obviously good parts about it, but it wasn't particularly outstanding. I feel like the faults of the movie overpowered what was good about it. So I think putting it the same tier as Age of Ultron and like first Avenger makes sense. So yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Not to mention, right, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 was like, it had the soundtrack and everything, but it was nowhere near as iconic as the first one. And I'm kind of worried about like where the third one's gonna go. a very in-sitting movie as opposed to outstanding. Wow. Wow, Yanrei. But yeah, it was kind of like a movie you would watch like over Chinese New Year, you know? Was it just me? I mean, I did watch it in the theaters, but I did feel like it was kind of like you could watch it at home. You could stream it on Disney Plus. Anyway, moving on. Spider-Man Homecoming. Oh my god. Guys, we're gonna hit the 3-hour mark, no problem, because I have so many problematic opinions about Spider-Man. God of Gamblers, Police Story. I've definitely watched the police one over Chinese New Year, yeah. I'm thinking of like Chinese New Year movies like Kung Fu Hustle. Is it Kung Fu Hustle level? I feel like Kung Fu Hustle is better. Is that bad to say? I feel like Kung Fu Hustle is better. But no, yeah. Anyway, Kung Fu Hustle is S plus tier, see? Right? But yeah, anyway, my opinions about Spider-Man. Okay, I have to give some context, okay? Tom Holland is not my Spider-Man. I don't like Tom Holland's Spider-Man, okay? It's out in the world. I've said this before on stream. I don't like Tom Holland's Spider-Man. He's neither Spider-Man nor Peter Parker. Like, enough of Spider-Man or Peter Parker to me. He feels like a very exclusively MCU Spider-Man and not the Spider-Man that we know from like comics. Yeah. Like where I can respect Tobey's and Andrew's Spider-Mans because they were much more closer to what Spider-Man was like in the comics, and I also liked that Spider-Man was slightly like older. I liked older Spider-Man, like the Tobey Spider-Man. I liked older Spider-Man, older Spider-Man's like challenges rather than teenager Spider-Man. But yeah, either way, like whether it was Andrew's like teenager Spider-Man to Tobey's like more adult Spider-Man, like they felt like Spider-Man from the comics, and Tom Holland feels like an MCU Spider-Man that like only makes sense within the MCU and isn't really a comic book Spider-Man at all. Andrew Garfield was in school too. Yeah. So like Andrew Garfield representing like the younger side to like Tobey representing more of the like adult side. I feel like Tom Holland is neither. I'm about to flip my dining table. Ivan, please don't. On a scale of Thor to Kung Fu Hustle, how would you rate this movie? Oh my god. Like, how is Thor all the way at the bottom for me right now? I can't believe Thor is all the way at the bottom for me. Best Spidey is Tobey, right? I gotta say as well, like, best Spider-Man is Tobey. And I grew up watching, X-Men and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Yeah. So maybe I'm speaking from a place of, like, bias? Honestly, like, out of all the modern-day Spider-Man portrayals, right? Nobody has gotten it as good as the video game portrayal. The video game portrayal was so fucking fantastic, right? Like, how can Tom Holland even come close? But yeah, Tom Holland's Spider-Man I think serves a very like specific MCU purpose, you know. He is meant to be the Iron Man's protege. Like, separating him from Doc Ock already like takes away so many like quintessential Spider-Man traits from Spider-Man, you know. And then on top of like, yeah, just like, okay, it's mainly, I feel like it's mainly the addition of the Iron Man factor, you know, because involving him more in like the Avengers outright, giving him like that positive and not really like problematic mentor changes a lot of things about Spider-Man, like fundamentally. And then the movies, like, basically, like, by changing these fundamental things about Spider-Man, right, it already eliminates so much challenge for him, right? Because I feel like such a huge part of just like the Spider-Man character was his conflicting relationship with his mentor, right, which was Doc Ock, and how he has to come to terms with like all these like, you know, the adults in his life not really being like good people, not being able to rely on, you know, this or that, and like things in his life continuously failing. But because of the addition of Iron Man in his life, right, Tom Holland Spider-Man has it very, very easy, you know? And yeah, it just doesn't like, it just makes things way too easy for him. Like, I feel like to make like a good Spider-Man, you have to torture him. Like, it's so mean, but you have to torture Spider-Man, right? And like, I feel like they didn't do this until Far From Home. Like, I think they could have cut out Homecoming entirely. Homecoming barely exists for me as a Spider-Man movie. Far From Home does it. Far From Home as number 1, No Way Home as number 2, and like a third one would be perfect. But Homecoming for me, right? Cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I think I prefer Andrew, but MCU Spidey has 2020's movie tech. The tech is cool. The tech is cool, but like, I feel like it skipped a lot of what like makes Spidey, you know, like making his own suits and stuff. That humble factor, you know, is gone with Tom Holland Spider-Man. So like, if we're talking about the Spider-Man arc, right? Yeah, like, Far From Home should have been movie number 1. No Way Home could have been movie number 2, and 3, if 3 exploring like what happens post No Way Home would have been so interesting. But Homecoming feels inconsequential for me. Like, it was okay, but like, I barely remember anything. It's C movie for me. And then, yeah, like subsequently, since we're talking about Far From Home, right? Subsequently, Far From Home, it goes like way up for me. Like, if Homecoming was more like an extended preview, yeah, kind of. Like, Homecoming doesn't throw him very like big challenges. I need Spider-Man movies to throw big challenges. So like, Far From Home for me is like A or S tier. Okay, but I'll think about it. The 4th MCU Spider-Man should be an Xmas movie called Ho Ho Home. Wow. But yeah, like, how... I like the bracket Nat's 3rd, by the way. Nat's 3rd Spider-Man movie. It's like director's cut. Spider-Man, Ho Ho Home, bracket, like, Nat's cut. But yeah, I'll put Far From Home down later. But yeah, Homecoming is a C for me, unfortunately. And it's definitely a personal bias, right? Because Spider-Man is such an important character in like Marvel in general. So like, the fact that they did such a lazy movie for him as like his first MCU movie is just disappointing. So C. Okay. Immediately follows up with like Thor Ragnarok, which is great. Most people hated Garfield's movies though. They were all right. But like, I think my general thought towards Sony superhero movies is that they just seem to be missing that spark. Yeah, unfortunately. Like, Andrew Garfield was a great Spider-Man. But like, the crew around him could have been like, if he had, I think, MCU level people doing the movie for him, I think he would have been, one of the best Spider-Man of all time. And okay, just a personal gripe as well, but I hate the fact that because Tom Holland Spider-Man is so young, we will never get adult Spider-Man in the MCU, which is such a sad thing for me because I love adult Spider-Man and like the knowledge of where he has, like how far he's come. So many personal disappointments. The crossover with Home Alone starring Macaulay Culkin. How the fuck do you spell his name? I don't know. But did you know he's married to Brenda Song now? Isn't that crazy? Garfield Spidey is good by Sony standards if you consider Morbius. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, so... they could be doing better. Multiverse Nat. Multiverse is your answer to adult Spidey. They won't do it lah. They won't lah. I mean, the multiverse so far has been... there hasn't been like a multiverse character that has stayed in 616, you know what I mean? So we're never gonna get like a 616 adult Spider-Man. Sad. But yeah, moving on. Come on, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Moving on. Thor Ragnarok, fucking fantastic. Guys, oh, I gotta. Thor Ragnarok was so fantastic. I have been converted into such a Taika Waititi fan since Thor Ragnarok. I have, like, beyond the fact that it was such a great reimagining of the Thor character, like, just what a funny and solid like movie in general. How incredible, like, what they took, like, such a deeper look into Thor's character. Like, who the fuck cares if it, retcons some of the like MCU logic that was written in the previous movies? We don't care. Like, I love the whole plotline of like Thor not, like, the hammer being just a way of channeling Thor's power, and how he had it within him to channel his own power the entire time. Like, what a perfect character development arc. S tier. And just like Loki's character, Tessa Thompson, Mark Ruffalo, great ensemble cast, great everything. Korg. Who'd you have playing adult Spidey outside the trio that already played Spidey? Oh, I don't really have like somebody in mind like that. But I've been recently seeing Joe Keery, like Steve Harrington from Stranger Things. Like, he would make a good Spider-Man. And I'm like a Joe Keery fan, so I would love to see him as Spider-Man. I don't think it'll happen though, but I would love to see it. But yeah, back to Thor. Yeah, like, just... I mean, I said this before. I was saying this earlier, but every single movie in my S+ tier ranking are movies that have innovated on the genre, innovated on the MCU, like, yeah, in the MCU so far, and Thor Ragnarok is like the perfect example of that. And on top of that, like, not just being a funny movie, but having real like stakes and consequence to it. Like, the fact that Ragnarok destroys Asgard, the fact that Asgard is like displaced, and Thor has to like is put into this place of like immense responsibility, his relationship with his brother, his relationship with his father, him like reconciliating his past, his father's like dictator tendencies from the past. Hella so good. Yeah, the hair is not gonna fit in the suit. True. People also said, like, if he wears the Spidey mask, his face is gonna be like squarish. So, but yeah, I would love to see You know, I'm thinking of like Joe Carey in Free Guy, like the nerdy programmer. That's Peter Parker, you know. But yeah, Thor Ragnarok, great. Nothing more to say that hasn't been said already. Black Panther. Oh, Black Panther was great. Like a step above the other origin movies that we've seen so far, for sure. Like there's Ant-Man and Doctor Strange tier of, you know, origin movies. Then there's Black Panther, which is, I don't know if it's an S plus for me, but it's definitely an S tier movie. Like, it's just so unfortunate that the Black Panther franchise is not gonna be the same ever again because of Chadwick Boseman's passing. And I can only imagine like how incredible it would have been if, you know, he was still alive, if he was still with us. Because Black Panther was great. Speaking of him, I'm gonna continue Stranger Things for a bit. I finished it today already, Ivan. It's great. I cried. You should do an MCU villain tier list. I should do a hero tier list first, shouldn't I? But yeah, good idea. We should do tier lists, like, we should make it a thing. But yeah, Black Panther. Black Panther's solid. Just like the cast, the writing, the stakes, the like soundtrack, the everything. And it's definitely a step up from Ant-Man and Doctor Strange as well, because on top of introducing the character for the first time, right, the world building for Wakanda and like their internal politics and their like monarchy was so immense, but at the same time it didn't feel like too dense, you know. It didn't feel too dense. It was very, yeah, it was just very well explained, very like well built movie without, like, it touched on real life issues that people can relate to today as well, without ever going into like the too serious tone, you know. Like, it still was an MCU movie, but like what a good twist and a good like world to expose, you know, to the MCU. Yeah. Tier list Tuesday or Thursday because it has a ring to it. That would sound fun. Yeah. Actually, I've been thinking of, because I've been wanting to talk about Stranger Things, right? But we try to keep things so like spoiler free on the channel. But I think it would be fun if, like, you know, we did like weekly or like monthly discussions or something. Like, you know, maybe end of this month I'll do a Stranger Things wrap up and we can talk about the episodes in depth and whatnot. I think it'll be fun. The 2 episodes are out today. Yes, no, I watched them already. Believe me, it's taking all my willpower not to spoil anything right now. Thoughts on some people wanting Killmonger to have a redemption arc and take over T'Challa? I was very team Shuri, and then of course Shuri's actor had to be revealed as an anti-vaxxer. Now, like, I feel like the franchise is ruined because of her. Oh my god. But no, I was kind of team fuck, what's his name? Wait. Let me Google this. I was team Winston Duke's character, M'Baku, yeah. I was team M'Baku instead of Killmonger. Cause like Killmonger, yeah, isn't Killmonger dead as well? Isn't Killmonger dead? But yeah, I'm team M'Baku. But yeah, it was a shame for multiple reasons, right? Because Black Panther has cool comic book lore. Like, there was an era when I was doing the Marvel podcast back on the Magic Reign, that like I was really, it was just a trend at that moment because WandaVision had just came out. Everybody was looking for ways the X-Men could integrate into the MCU. And like one of the ways was Black Panther, because Black Panther and like T'Challa and Storm are like the ultimate Black Panther like power couple. So like that would have been one way to like possibly bring in the X-Men into the MCU, but looks like that's not happening anymore. I'm on the first of the 2 episodes now. I spoiled the reveal before I even started the season because of bloody Instagram. Yeah, exactly. This season has been so terrible, right, for Stranger Things. Like I couldn't even watch like the first episode before having like the first 7 episodes spoiled for me. Like the fucking plot twist of the first 7 episodes got spoiled for me like within the like first few days of it being out. So yeah. Oh shit, he is! What the hell? I remember it as him being spared. Maybe people were thinking of like What If? Because in What If there was a Killmonger episode. I've been off Instagram, Facebook, whatnot because of spoilers. Yeah, it came out today in the afternoon in Malaysia and I immediately watched it. I was literally late for stream because I was still watching it. Yup, crazy. Watch it as soon as you can. Yep, that's all I can say. But yeah, Black Panther, solidly S tier. Hey, here's where it gets controversial. Shit. As we get into the more modern ones. Okay. Avengers Infinity War 2018. S+ for me, but it is better than Endgame. S+ for me. Again, it is totally, you know, because of innovation. Hold on, Infinity War is this one, right? Yeah, like I have to give Infinity War like, oh, Brownie!
Fortnite, we about to get down.
Brownie!
Girls on the board right now, just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend has gone down. I revived him.
Brownie, hello!
Now we're in
How are you?
Park Street.
Thank you for
Look
the
at
reads
map,
up.
Go to the mark sheet.
Hi!
Oh, Natalie.
How are you, Brownie? I haven't seen you in a while. What is this sub alert? What, the dab? Why is it going on for so long? How long did I set it for? My girlfriend doesn't understand why I insist on watching MCU movies within the first few days. IG is the answer. People just can't keep quiet. Yeah. Yeah, Thor also. I was planning to watch first day, July 8th, but yeah, now it's July 21st, so. But yeah, Brownie, thank you for the resub. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I can't wait for Apex tomorrow. We're gonna play with Brownie and Sarah. I've been buried at work. Oh my god. I hope you're okay. But yeah, we were just talking about Infinity War. Definitely threw in a huge twist at the end where everyone was like, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Yeah, like I have to put it S+ because my S+ has been all about innovation and like redefining the way people view the superhero genre, and Infinity War is like up there. But on top of that, just Infinity War is well constructed. So well constructed. Like, but I feel a bit biased because I am somebody who likes bittersweet / like sad endings to things. So like I feel like it was so brilliant the way Avengers Infinity War set up everybody to succeed only for everybody to fail. I feel like I'm a sick motherfucker who likes this kind of ending, so Infinity War was great. I loved it. Oh boy, I'm gonna go practice a bit. You don't need to practice. In fact, the lower the elo, the better, Brownie. Please. I can't play FPS at all. Please, we need to, go lower in our elo. Yeah, Infinity War is good. That's the cat who pushes the glass off the kitchen counter. I can't say no. But yeah, it was great. Like, just the like, not only the movie being fantastic like by itself, but just the cultural phenomenon of Infinity War and everybody coming out of it realizing that our heroes have lost great, so good. I wish like more movies would do that. I really want more movies to do that. Not like I can lose more games that I already have, Lama. Oh no, Brownie. Oh no. It's okay, it's okay. It'll work in my favor tomorrow. More elo, I mean. Well, same thing. Have you always been into superhero movies? Prof. No. Not really. Like, if I go back to when I was a child, I was into musicals first. Musicals was my #1 genre before superhero movies. But I was always exposed to superhero movies because my dad loved superhero movies. Like, my dad was the one who exposed my sister and I to most of the things that we're interested in now. Like, he was the one who made us sit down and watch Star Wars. I couldn't be more thankful for him forcing us to sit down and watch Star Wars. We sat down and watched Lord of the Rings, extended cuts, you know, we do that as like a family bonding thing. Yeah, and then all the X-Men, you know, we sat down and watched together. The only thing he hasn't succeeded in making me sit down to watch is Star Trek. And I mean, I'll get around to it eventually, I think. But yeah, he managed to make me sit down and watch Star Wars, but not Star Trek. There are like 5 million movies, guys. Yeah, I'll sit down and watch it one day. But yeah. Anyway. Infinity War. Okay, what's the next one? Wait, Back to the Future? Yeah, I watched Back to the Future. Yeah, all those. All those we watched. Okay, Infinity War. So, Nat likes chaos, confirmed. The next one is Ant-Man and the Wasp. Honestly, I don't really have a clear memory of Ant-Man and the Wasp. I wasn't particularly invested in the story or anything, like saving Janet. Not really. It didn't have that big of an impression on me, especially compared to like the first Ant-Man movie. So, like, the most I can put it is also B. B? I don't know, I just like, it wasn't particularly memorable to me. Did you guys have like any strong impressions when it came to Ant-Man and the Wasp? Or is it just me? Because like, I don't know, it didn't really like invest me in the story that much. I felt like it was forgettable. I know it was just setting up like Endgame and stuff, but yeah, I feel like that's the only purpose it served. Sparsan, thank you for lurking! I hope you're doing well. So I wouldn't say it's like good. I mean, it's good, but I wouldn't say it's great. It was, yeah, this tier. Or maybe here? Along with all the forgettable movies? I thought it was just funny. Yeah, it was probably just funny. Big things go small, small things go big. No. Yeah. It was forgettable. Yeah, it's good, but part of it was meh. Yeah. Yeah, I think it fits in C tier together with like Homecoming and Iron Man, which are not bad movies, but kind of just like meh, inconsequential movies. Anyway, next. Captain Marvel. I mean, it was funny, but it wasn't supposed to be this big thing anyway. Was that a pun? I mean, it wasn't supposed to be this big thing anyway. Also settled the joke of big sizes. Oh my god, I actually remember that. Captain Marvel F tier? Wow. Okay, Captain Marvel... Iron Man was inconsequential. Iron Man 2 was inconsequential. Iron Man 1 is S+. Yeah. The posters are a bit similar looking though, I gotta admit. Captain Marvel. Oh my god, where do I even begin? Captain Marvel was like this level for me. Yeah. Yeah, like it's watchable. It's watchable and it's not as bad as I think it's worse. Like its perception is worse because of what we know Marvel is trying to achieve with the movie, right? But it's honestly like not too bad for me. It was fine. Like I didn't take it seriously. It was very like, you know, just sit down and watch. And it was kind of funny. Actually, you know what? Like probably more like here. It was more towards this because in Thor: The Dark World, I cared about the characters. I could see some depth in Thor and his relationship with his mother, with like Loki's intentions, blah 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 blah. Captain Marvel was flat though, which yeah, it's the same vibes that Thor gave me. It was a bit flat. Like it was funny in some parts and it was enjoyable to a certain degree, but ultimately like I didn't care about the characters at all, right? Which is the same vibe that the first Thor gave me. I just didn't care about the characters at all. Which I feel like it's so easy now for the MCU to make likable characters. So the fact that they managed to make a character that I wouldn't say is unlikable, but just like flat and boring is a feat in itself. The last fight scene was very bad. I don't. What's the last fight scene? You know what? The part that people criticize the most, where she's like, the flashbacks and everything, and she's like, "Get up!" And what actually got me, but I think in like again the like stereotypical Hallmark kind of sad story way. But yeah, she was bland and she was just bland, yeah. The thing is like, because the MCU, I mean we can all agree that the MCU was trying too hard to make Captain Marvel like a feminist icon, right? Because she wasn't allowed to have any flaws, pretty much, right? She wasn't allowed to have any like flaws that would make her character interesting because she was meant to be perfect, hence that made her bland. But yeah, like I can't help but compare the like Stranger Things, you know, because there are so many like badass characters. Like Nancy is incredible, like season after season after season, right, in Stranger Things. And she is flawed and like in her own way, and she's like, you know, badass and a feminist. Like if Marvel could just like insert some, you know, level of like not even personality but just like some depth to a character, I think it would have done the movie wonders. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's F tier because it was like borderline entertaining. There's some funny parts, you know. The flashbacks, I get it, but the last fight scene was like the villain just gave up, like he threw his weapons away and wanted to go mano a mano. Fist fight, got punched. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was a bit too obvious about, you know, what they were intending to do with that part. Cause like, obviously they were trying to highlight the kind of like abuser-abusee cycle with that final villain, and like it didn't help that like really beating people over the head, like I'm a man who, you know, looks down on you and like you'll never be able to like defeat me, and like let me use mind games to like make you feel small, blah 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 blah. Like I get it, but come on. But yeah, I can like, I think Disney just leans too much on the current state of political correctness. Agreed. It's beating audiences too much over the head for it. Yeah. So yeah, I have no strong feelings about it. It was just meh. Like I think once it see like the E tier and even like the D tier like are movies that I just generally like Marvel couldn't get me to care much about. Yeah. She's insanely powerful canonically, but the movie was executed poorly. Her endgame fight was kind of hyped though. Yeah. Like, Captain Marvel almost gives me the vibes of a movie that was originally good and then was cut down and changed because it went up to Disney execs who felt that it wasn't PC enough, or it wasn't like obvious, the meaning wasn't obvious enough, and it got changed and upgraded. Because I feel like, you know, somewhere on the production room floor, I'm sure there was a version of Captain Marvel that was fantastic, or at least, you know, B tier. Trailer was nice when they introduced the Skull Race, but it's like very unimportant anymore. Yeah, I'm hoping Secret Wars the TV series Secret Wars is gonna redeem that a little bit. Cause with the intro to Skrulls, the movie could have taken the Secret Invasion. Wait, am I thinking of Secret Invasion instead of Secret Wars? Shit. But yeah, I'm thinking of the Disney Plus show that's coming with Nick Fury and the Skrulls. Is it Secret Invasion? It might be. My brain is shutting down. It's 12:30. Doesn't help that Brie Larson gave those stellar reviews. I didn't watch any of the interviews, so I don't know. RK, thank you for the lurk. Secret Wars is like part 2 to Civil War. Wait, so I'm thinking of Secret Invasion then. Yeah. Secret Invasion. But yeah, meh. I like Brie Larson. Captain Marvel was just like, meh. I don't even hate the Thor movie. It's just like, these two movies couldn't get me to like care about any character. It was so like, bleh. I don't even hate them. I just don't care about them, which might be worse. Anyway, Captain Marvel. Avengers Endgame. Oh my god, Avengers Endgame. Can I just say I hate the time travel trope? Can I just say that the time travel trope is overdone and tired? I can't believe they went down the time travel trope for Endgame. Like, it was good. It wasn't great. It was fine. Endgame was fine. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? Infinity War and Endgame, right, were not very well balanced, right? I feel Infinity War was great, right? Because they were building up to what seemed like a typical Avengers story, only to debate everybody at the end, which I loved. Like, what a great plot twist. And that sense of like defeat from the audience and from the characters. Like, it's our first time experiencing that in the MCU. I love it. In Endgame, where they're already at the point of defeat and they're kind of like gathering the straws that they have left and to see whether they can make the straw into like a bow and arrow or whatever. It just felt like them beating the same point onto your head like over and over. I was worried about the time travel because it can get so complicated, but they handled it surprisingly well. Just like, how do I put this into words? So, okay, Infinity War, when Infinity War did it, right, it was novel. But when Endgame is just essentially like this similar story beats to like Infinity War, then it becomes a bit yeah. So like Infinity War, where yeah, it was novel when they were doing it for Infinity War, but by the time it reaches Endgame, right, like, I get that it's just you know, everybody's finding a solution, they're like regaining hope, and then at the end, you know, they lose hope and everybody comes and it's a final battle, and it's like it just wasn't as great as Infinity War. Pretty much. Token girl power scene. That wasn't even the problem to me. That was so minor. Like, I know a lot of people fixate on that, but like it wasn't a make or break for the movie, right? So it's not a big deal for me. But the movie itself, yeah, I guess if I were to summarize it into one line, is that the story beats were too similar to the first part of the movie. Like this, it was too similar to part A, Infinity War. Yeah. Yeah. Like like how do I even put this into words? But yeah, like the story beats are way too similar. Like, you know, there's nothing interesting about like the formula by the time they reach like the end game part, you know. And they had so many characters to cover at that point that it felt more messier compared to Infinity War. Like the stakes were also kind of felt lower because they were like trying to like go for this like shot in the dark, right? Whereas Infinity War was so tense and so much of a thriller because they, you know, were faced against this big bad, and they were like, everybody was like hoping that they could make it in the end, but they didn't, and that's what makes the movie great. But like, yep. Yeah, the only part that like stands out to me in Endgame is literally Captain America being worthy to carry the hammer, and that's it. But yeah, obviously it's better than most of the MCU movies, right? Obviously it's better than most, but I think if I had, because like it's a two-part, right? And you're naturally gonna compare both together, like I gotta say that Endgame isn't as good compared to Infinity War, but like it's still good. It's still good. And it's like both parts are definitely a combination of like, it's an impressive combination of years and years of movies and stories. But yeah, like a part of me wishes that Endgame was better so that it ended like more on that bang instead of Infinity War being better. Yeah. It was 5 years after the blip, and I thought they showed how it left our characters interesting, especially what they did to my man Thor. Yeah. No, yeah, it's like, it's good. Guys, it's good. It's definitely like A tier. It's just not like incredible for me. There's also the sad part where Black Widow and Hawkeye both chose to fight which one would die. Like how Asian families fight who paid for the meal. Oh my god. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm sure like if I think about this more, I'll be able to put it into better words, but I guess like some of the main thing is just that it lacked the intensity of the first half, pretty much. Yeah. Sorry, move on. Yeah, I like the intensity. Yeah. Moving on. Wait, do I? Nah, no, let's move on. If I continue to like try and make my point about this, but I think I've pretty much said what like I want to say about it. What Infinity War did was show that in the end the villain won, while Endgame made it back to the vanilla formula where good guys win. Yeah. It was a bit less creative in that sense, yeah. But the callbacks to like, you know, like the older movies was fun. The callback to like the Avengers was fun. Yeah. But yeah, the stakes definitely felt lower, especially cause like, especially cause the movie starts with them approaching Thanos and like him no longer having the stones and him literally being like a farmer. So like the stakes were just exceptionally low, and everybody like morale was low and whatnot. So like, Anyway, I'm tired. I'm tired. Yeah, 3 hours and 7 minutes. I've been talking for 3 hours and 7 minutes. I can't even like form opinions, bro. Man was making soup for fuck's sake. Yeah. So you know, like, it just went on for too long, I feel. I think it would have benefited from being a bit, if it was a bit more fast-paced. Because they... Thanos became vegan. He just wanted his soup. That's truly the sad part. Man. Yeah, like, yeah. I'm so tired, guys. My brain is literally tired from having thoughts, God. Endgame, like, was the endgame of my brain, I think. Why does the MCU have fucking, like, 27 movies? This is so, like... There's so many movies. But yeah, give me a... Okay, next movie. You can continue next stream if you want. No, we can finish this. I'm just a bit annoyed that I can't, like, collect my thoughts about Endgame. Yeah, I'm just a little annoyed that I can't collect my thoughts about Endgame. Okay, let me try. It's alright. Let me try. So... TLDR. Yeah, I think Endgame was just a lack of stakes, and then just a feeling of like messiness, I think. Cause like when they were managing such a huge ensemble cast and then having everybody do like random things and then join the process like late here and there, and like so much of the movie was just like convincing people to be on board, you know? I feel like a lot of it, although it adds to like the world building, definitely didn't seem as like exciting as Infinity War. So, and then eventually because it becomes like that vanilla, like good guys win in the end, kind of loses that sense of stakes, so pretty much. Okay, next. I think that's all I wanted to say. Spider-Man Far From Home. I like how y'all skipped Far From Home entirely. I haven't ranked Far From Home. So, but Far From Home, I liked Far From Home. I think Far From Home is like S tier, and this is like coming after I ranked Homecoming as like C tier, but or maybe A tier lah, right? Because I feel like Spider-Man Far From Home was finally the like Spider-Man story that I wanted to see. And Mysterio was a good villain. I loved seeing Spider-Man being like tortured for once. Would it be an S tier movie though? I did really enjoy it though. Especially, maybe it's me comparing it to like Homecoming, but it was good. Far From Home is nice, but still has the Iron Man Jr. vibe. Totally. Taylor Swift would disagree about Mysterio though. True. But like, Tom Holland will never be able to like run away from the Iron Man Jr. vibes. But I feel like Spider-Man Far From Home was a Spider-Man story, like, even with, you know, taking into account all the Iron Man stuff. She doesn't want Peter to be happy. Peter is, you know, that's Spider-Man's character. He's not, you know, he goes through so much shit. That's his character. You know? So I want him to go through shit. I do like how they made Mysterio seem more like a badass villain. Gun. And then what I liked about Far From Home is that it was quite grounded in reality, actually. Like, it felt like a neighborhoodly kind of, you know, conflict. So it felt very much like a Spider-Man conflict, pretty much. And like, so Homecoming, right, could have, my issue with Homecoming is that it was a conflict that could have been copy-pasted onto any superhero, right? But Mysterio was like made Far From Home good because it caused him to rely on his unique set of powers, right? Which is his Spidey sense for Mysterio. Which, yeah, I felt like that was enough for the movie to be good for me. But he's still happy after the shit. Good lord, Nat. He was happy after Far From Home. So, there we go. Fucking Jake Gyllenhaal! What plot holes, one? What plot holes? But yeah, is it an S tier movie? Maybe an A tier movie lah. But definitely better than Homecoming. Like I said, this should have been movie number 1. And then movie number 2 would be No Way Home. And then movie number 3 would be... yeah, movie number 3 would be something else. Like, why didn't Peter use Friday to delete the footage or show the actual footage? When? Wait, when? So what do you mean happy Far From Home goes straight to No Way Home? Yeah. It doesn't go straight, does it? No Way Home. I mean, I guess so. I mean, why did I always assume that, like, there was a time skip in between? They don't show it, but, like, I always assumed there was a time skip. They will not let Peter be happy because they want him to be relatable. Because, no, they don't wanna... They will not let Peter be happy because that's the essence of his character. Because Spider-Man is about overcoming strife, right? Literally, the next second starts No Way Home. Oh, you're right. Because I was thinking of, oh, I needed to think about the post-credit scene. You're right. Ryu, hi! How are you? Like, showing how Mysterio is the actual villain. Because didn't Peter still have the glasses that connected to Friday? I mean, suspension of disbelief. And Peter is a kid, you know? So, you gotta, like, let these things slide. But yeah, like, I mean, the reason why, like, Tom Holland's Spider-Man was not convincing to me is because it started with Homecoming. And I mean, y'all can rag on me for wanting Peter to be, like, tortured. But that's, you know, Peter's character, and that's what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man, because he can go through, like, world-ending shit and he still has... He's still your friendly, like, neighborhood Spider-Man, and he still has hope for justice, and he still has... Yeah, he's full of hope, and he's still, like, willing to rise to the challenge, taking responsibility and whatnot. Yeah. Like, in Homecoming, right, his entire thing was trying to... Wait, what happened in Homecoming? No, in Homecoming, his entire thing was that he was being irresponsible with the suit, right? And then in the second movie, his entire thing was that he was like shunning responsibility as well. So like, why do we have to have two movies where he's shunning responsibility? I think we could have just jumped to Far From Home. You know? Long time since I've been here cause busy with assignment. Oh my gosh. When's your assignment deadline, Ryu? I missed Homecoming, but the thing I enjoyed was the villain Vulture, which was really badass. Skip. I think can skip. I think it's skippable. Tom Holland for me is the best Peter Parker, but not the best Spider-Man. Rio is glad that you joined the stream now and not earlier. It's all that I can see. But no, I mean, I've been public about this. People know I have controversial opinions about Tom Holland. I don't like his Spider-Man. I don't like his Peter Parker either. So, but like Far From Home was not bad, you know? Far From Home was good. We could have skipped Homecoming. That's all I'm saying. Shall we just rank No Way Home at the same time anyway? Because we're like, yeah, the rest are all standalones. Which one do you agree with me, Brownie? I need to know. Brownie, I need to know what you agree with me. Brownie, I need to know so I can hold it against you. But yeah, No Way Home. Yeah, we'll just jump to No Way Home since like that's the last it's the last connected one. Bad Peter. Yep. Yuri Spider-Man is the best, aka PS4 Spider-Man. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. The PS4 Spider-Man is the best portrayal in recent history. No Way Home can put it together with Homecoming. I haven't even said anything about No Way Home yet because I've been trying to avoid like spoilers and stuff. Like mentioning any spoilers on stream. But I assume all of you have watched No Way Home at this point. It was not great. It was not great. Like, No Way Home had good moments. But firstly, I felt that some moments came too late, which is my general like feeling about Tom Holland Spider-Man, as you guys can tell at this point. Like, I definitely appreciated the whole, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. I just thought, you know, for this to be the final movie in the trilogy for, like, should be the final movie in the trilogy for Tom Holland, it was way too late, so that annoyed me. So if it was if No Way Home was the second movie, I think I could live with that, though. And then I just felt like the Peter trying to convert his villains, like solving his villains' problems, was a weak plotline. Like, it felt like it's a plotline that didn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's a plotline that did not make sense to me. Like, I wish, like, even if they wanted to learn more about like their backstories and stuff, I wish it happened through like fights, like a bit more like traditional Spidey, you know, as opposed to like sitting down and talking to them. But that's the most Peter trait Peter can be. No, it's not so much on like the Peter aspect. I feel like the villains like came around to it too easily. You know what I mean? That can blame Aunt May for wanting to make him save the villain. I think the saving the villain part is not too bad, right? But I feel like the extent that they went to was kind of weird. Like, you know, okay, like, firstly, right, the fact that the movie began with Peter's irresponsibility again, which, like, if this was the second movie, I think I could have accepted it, right? But the fact that it's the third movie and we're still dealing with Peter's irresponsibility is like, I want to whack him, you know? Fucker, you've been through like 2 movies, you survived Endgame, and you can't even like, you know, call up your uni to ask them to like review your thing again. It just seemed like, what an excessive like, I understand that they want to bring in the multiverse, but it felt so forced, right? Like, I would have loved it if Peter explored other solutions to the problem rather than going to Doctor Strange and asking him to like magic the whole world into forgetting who he is. It felt like such an excessive leap, right? And then everything else was just domino effect from there lah. Like having the villains be pulled in from other dimensions, like other timelines, not timelines, sorry, yeah, dimensions. Sorry, no, alternate universes. Oh my god, yeah, alternate universes. And then, yeah, like having them come around to the idea of being cured so easily, it's just weird. Like, why? Like, I was totally team send them back from where they came from, or so help me. And shouldn't that have been enough? Like, why the fixing? Why? Like, okay, let's say, okay, even if we want to go down like the fixing route, right? What about the consequences in the other alternate universes, right? It just felt like there was so little thought be put into it. Like, there were so many logical leaps that I had to take, you know? Like, firstly, like, why would he even approach Doctor Strange? And then, why would he want to, like, why is Aunt May suddenly, like, you know, so aggressive about wanting to save villains when she was never aggressive about saving villains at all in, like, previous movies? Like, there's no connection. And then, why would he, like, want to save the villains from alternate universes, even though like that could have ripple effects in the alternate universes, and it's all about, you know, trying to like limit consequences as much as possible, right? Like, there's so many logical leaps that you had to take throughout the movie that like it just didn't work for me. But yeah, it was fun to see the other Spideys. Maybe put it B tier. It was a good movie, but it did bank off a lot of nostalgia. Yeah. But without No Way Home, then Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness wouldn't have a plot. Yeah, I have a lot to say about Multiverse of Madness as well. I guess I just wanted to build his morale, that if there's a better way, then he will take it. But like I said, though, the movie did rely a lot on nostalgia. Banter while fighting instead of therapy, exactly, Brownie. Yeah. I mean, obviously with all the like logical leaps in No Way Home, there are ways to justify it, right? But I feel like a good story and like good characterization doesn't require you to justify a character's actions. Like, if it seems weird, then maybe that's bad writing, you know? So yeah, it's yeah, B tier for me. B tier. Or even C tier. Nah, B tier. It's better than Homecoming. Sorry, all this Homecoming slander. Sorry for people who like Homecoming in chat. But yeah, like, I wish they had gone down more of the like Far From Home direction. I feel like they went too far in trying to make it like be different. And yeah, like, just to go into Multiverse of Madness, right, since they are connected, right, I have been really disappointed in the way that the MCU has been approaching the topic of the multiverse so far. Like, I have a lot of issues with the Doctor Strange movie. Like, the characterization was like, okay, characterization was fine. The character development for Doctor Strange in his own movie was absolute shit, right? Like, they set up this whole idea that he's grappling with the guilt of his decisions, right? But then the movie goes so far out of like Doctor Strange's reach, right? that like it doesn't even like he doesn't even get enough screen time to like develop his character, you know what I mean? Like it becomes pretty much like Wanda Maximoff the movie, and like I loved her character arc in the movie. I kind of wish that I think if the movie balanced it right, where they showed more Doctor Strange instead of Wanda, right, we could have had Wanda for another as a villain for a longer period of time, which I would have loved, you know. But because we focused so much on Wanda in the movie, then it ended up being a fully fleshed like arc for her instead of for Doctor Strange, and then he felt like a guest in his own movie. And I'm wondering if that's why they renamed it to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, because God knows he was not, you know, championing the Multiverse of Madness. What If was better than DSMOM? What If was kick-ass. What If was good. What If was good. The Doctor Strange episode of What If was incredible. And then yeah, I wanted so desperately to like Multiverse of Madness, and like I don't even have the complaint that a lot of people have, because a lot of people went into it expecting a lot of cameos. I did not need the movie to have a lot of cameos. I just wanted the movie to focus on the main character a bit more. And it did not, and I was upset. Like, I love Doctor Strange, and the fact that he wasn't the main character in his own movie, I'm salty about. Like, for that reason alone, like, this movie cannot be S tier for me. Is it A tier though? I don't know. It was too fast-paced. Like, the fact that the movie was 2 hours, barely over 2 hours, is a problem for me. I think if they added 1 more hour, right, it would have solved a lot of the problems I had. But maybe a lot of stuff got dumped, you know, through editing and stuff. Michelle, you had a better Multiverse of Madness. I wanted to... I haven't watched it. Sorry, I haven't watched it. I really want to get around to watching it. But yeah, I've been catching up with like Stranger Things and stuff. But yeah, a little bit disappointing. Not to mention, like, because Loki had such a great introduction to the multiverse, that it feels that like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness like just wasn't up to par. You know, they did better stuff in Loki. Did you watch? No, I haven't watched it. So yeah, if I were to rank this, it's still like got that novelty feeling for me, which makes me want to put it in B. It's not D tier. Come on, if I say it's D tier, right, that means I have to say it's as bad as like Thor: The Dark World, which is not. Maybe C lah. Maybe C. So, what to do? What to do? Anyway, since we skipped over a few, okay, rapid fire round for the last few ones. These are pretty straightforward. Okay, Black Widow. My issue with Black Widow is that it didn't do Black Widow justice, pretty much. It didn't do Black Widow justice. It felt, yeah, very, very forgettable. It was difficult to care about any of the characters. There were some good parts, some like lots of boring parts. Yeah, Black Widow is C tier, agreed. It's not as bad as like Thor: The Dark World or like Thor or like Captain Marvel, but like it's not as good as I wanted it to be, really. It's not as good as I wanted it to be. Like, the characters that they introduced were just forgettable. The overall plot, like, it seemed like they were... I mean, if you think about the plot like objectively, right, it's definitely something that's very important to like Black Widow's character, and even like just like a general problem in the MCU as a whole. But the way that the movie was written and scripted and just didn't emphasize enough of that for me. So even when the final like showdown happened, I didn't feel any of the stakes. Yeah, unfortunately. So yeah, D tier. Is it D tier? It had Hopper though. That's true. I did love his character. Fuck, what's his name? David. David Harbour. I love David Harbour though. Black Widow movie, they made it like a backstory plus redemption arc, which I think was a little too crammed. That's a good way to summarize it. It wasn't too crammed though. I would say it's not crammed enough. Or it was just a like right amount of crammed, but the way that they just didn't emphasize things enough, like there was no sense of stakes to me. There's no sense of stakes, which I feel like is so important in a superhero movie. Like literally I moved Endgame down because there was so little sense of stakes. Taskmaster was a little bit disappointing as well. But even if I like suspend my disbelief when it comes to Taskmaster, right? Like, and I don't really think about how awesome Taskmaster was in the comics and everything, it's still C, yeah. It's still C. Yeah, the stakes were just really too low. And like the characters, if the characters were slightly more likable, right, it might even be a B for me. But it just wasn't. And I couldn't get over the fact that like the start of the movie was so much like a Criminal Minds episode. Really was. And then in comparison to that, Shang-Chi was great. I would even... Okay, this is biased, right? Shang-Chi's S. Shang-Chi's S tier for me. It was much better than I thought it was going to be. It was so much better than I thought it was going to be. The action was so fun. Yeah, the action was so fun. All the characters were likable. It made me so interested in the future of the like Shang-Chi characters and that universe, that side of the universe. I liked the way that they readapted the like 10 rings. I like the reintroduction of the Mandarin. Yeah, the cast was great. Everything was good. Like, it might be a little bit biased because he is the first Chinese superhero in the MCU, and I was following like Simu Liu's career even before Shang-Chi, so I'm a little bit biased, but it was good. Like, I would gladly watch it again any day. What I enjoyed about Shang-Chi was almost a quarter of the movie wasn't in English. Really? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they did use a lot of Mandarin. There have been people who like have been complaining about tiny things, right? Like why Tony Leung, they should have asked Tony Leung to speak Cantonese instead of Mandarin, or like certain like fictional beasts and what they are actually like in the myth, or what they actually look like, and that sort of thing. But I consider it something I'm willing to like. It's something I'm willing to look over lah. Like, yeah, it's not make or break for me. I think it's more important to me that like they were respectful to the culture, and like tried to showcase as much of it as possible in the movie, which was very evident if you watch the movie. While at the same time you know, not alienating, you know, its audience. Like, it's fine that Tony Leung spoke Mandarin. It's maybe my standards are lowered, but it's way better than whatever Western movies have done before, you know, like the butchering of the language, or, you know, the fact that they actually hired, like they actually cast people who primarily speak Mandarin, primarily act in Mandarin shows or movies. Like, the fact that they had Tony Leung, like, I so much respect. Yeah, and overall was just solid. Like, the action scenes were fantastic, and the fact that Simu Liu did a lot of his stunts by himself, oof, so impressive. Oh, Salakin, thank you for the stretch. Michelle, you as well, exactly. So nice to see her. And then the final one, Eternals. Eternals is kind of a C tier for me. But Eternals in G tier? Really? Eternals was fine. Oh, you're gonna hate that Eternals is the same level as Homecoming for me, but Eternals was fine. It was fine. I like the action. The action was fun. I thought... Ooh, my problem with Eternals was that... My problem with Eternals is that they chose the two most boring people with, like... They chose the two people with, like, the least amount of chemistry to act as the two main leads. But it was fun, I think. Like, it wasn't a chore to get through or anything, but ultimately, like, forgettable, which is my C tier for me. Like, the D tier onwards are movies that are, like, a little bit more difficult to get through. Such a robust cast of actor-actresses with such bad writing. Yeah. He's like the villain in The Boys. They're not the same actor, right? No. But the villain in The Boys, wasn't he also in a Thor movie before? Wasn't he in Thor Ragnarok? But yeah, and then Jon Snow gets tossed aside. It was fine. It was fine. Like, I think it belongs in the C tier, which is all these movies that, like, are kinda forgettable for me. It does kind of feel that Doctor Strange doesn't fit there anymore, though. Should I be moving some of this stuff down? Thinking. I really need more water, though, guys. Let's look at our final list first, though, before I take a break for water. Yeah, I feel like we could move down some of these. Ooh, sure. Like this. Oh, what about this? Because if I split up the C tier, right, like, these are better than these for me. Yeah. Would this even come down here then? No, it was... I had problems with it, but it was not as big as my problems with Doctor Strange. Yeah. I think this is it. Where are we? I think we're done. Not the same, but Icarus' character has eerily similar looks, is it, to the Homelander, but more on the PG side. I hate that Icarus actually flew into the sun, though, at the end. Like, so dumb. Captain Marvel finally is in F tier. I'm actually considering. Yeah, nah. Bland, right? F is for bland. Is it like this though? Should I move Black Widow down though? I really didn't enjoy it though. Black Widow. Yeah, I'll move it down. I'll move it down. The more I move down, the more I feel like, you know. Thor the Dark World. You know what? You know what? You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm good with this. Why is No Way Home at B is so good? I suggest you rewind the VOD because I had a really long rant about it and I I don't want to subject chatters to that again. Is that Iron Man 2 in C? Yep. Yep. Well, stark contrast, right? The Iron Man 1 and 3 is in S and Iron Man 2 is in C. Dark World is worse than 1 though. What the fuck is up with that? Dark World is totally not worse than 1. 1 is like a children's book, bro. Thor 1 is like so bland. As long as many of us can agree that Captain Marvel is the worst movie of all. I mean, the reason why I said Captain Marvel is bad, although, you know, I'm gonna be posting this on Twitter with like no context, so people are gonna assume that my thoughts about Captain Marvel are the same as everybody else's, but really, Captain Marvel is just forgettable. Like, I can't even bring myself to care. So, I don't even have like, I know a lot of people like have fiery heart passion, like hatred towards Captain Marvel and everything, but like, I can't even be bothered. So that's F. I mean, that's E. Should I just get rid of F here? Delete row. Ah. Delete row. Ah, okay. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this. But if I had to like pick my top 5, right? I think the movie, like obviously S plus would be like all 4 would be my top 5. I mean, in my top 5. But if I had to move up a movie, I feel like I would move up Iron Man 3. God, I really love Iron Man 3 though. Should I move Iron Man 3 to S plus? Captain Marvel was introduced so that Thanos could fight someone of almost on the same power level. Really not Civil War? No. Iron Man 3 was good. Honestly, if I had to... Okay, hold on. Let me download this list right first. Download image. Okay, so now that I've downloaded the image, right? Hold on. Let me just make sure it's downloaded. Okay, cool. So, if I really were to make this like an objective list, right? Like a non-objective list, because I feel like this is fairly objective. If this were a bias list, right? I would totally change this up. It would be... This would go down. Iron Man 3 would go up. Infinity War would go down. No. Infinity War would go down here, actually. Civil War would remain up. Yeah. This would go up. Captain America First Avenger would go up. Black Panther would go down. Shang-Chi will go down as well. No, I would bump up Strange, like Doctor Strange. If this is like totally like bias, no, I would actually Infinity War would be up there as well. Winter Soldier would be up here. Winter Soldier would be up. Eternals would be up. Iron Man 2. If biased, GOTG is S tier since he dislikes Chris Pratt. That's true. No, it's still S plus for me. Like I can't deny. I would bump down. Let me see. I would bump down this. Age of Ultron. Is fine. Iron Man 2, yeah, carry me. Da, 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 da. Eternals, no lah, okay lah, bump down. Homecoming. Black Widow. No lah, Black Widow is fine. Yeah. If I did like a really like biased list, right? I think this would be it. Will I move No Way Home down? Possibly. And then maybe this. I'm surprised the Spider-Man movie is still quite far up. But Far From Home was good. I did quite enjoy Far From Home. No, Shang-Chi would be up. Yeah. These two would be up. Age of Ultron. This would be up. This would be up. Yeah. Yeah, so if I if I did like a biased list, this would be my biased list. Not being unbiased to her biased option. I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy was good, even if I hate Chris Pratt. Chef, hello, how are you? Hi. But yeah, I need to get water. I want to chat a little bit longer. But I think that's kind of it, right? I think that kind of summarizes our thing today. The question is, which one should we post? I think we post the one that we all agreed on, right? Okay, hold on. No, we post the like objective one. Cause I think I'm prepared to stand by those decisions. So hold on, let me like reorganize that. So that was this. Civil War. Black Panther goes up. This goes up. This comes down. This goes down. This goes down. Yeah. Actually, that's not too much difference. Yeah, this is the list I want to post. Chef, I'm good. My brain's a bit tired from thinking so much about MCU, but I'm good. This is the list, guys. Thoughts? Was it controversial enough? I feel like it was pretty controversial considering all the outbursts in chat today. Okay, let me take a screenshot. I'm still... Okay, honestly, I am actually still contemplating whether to move up Iron Man or not. But I feel S is fine. Thoughts and players? I mean thoughts and prayers. Brownie. Okay. Thoughts? Spider-Man No Way Home is a pain for you? At B. I wanted to bump it down to C. But I think Sim would just leave. But no, it was alright, I guess. It was okay. It was better than Multiverse of Madness. If I bump this down, would it be too far? Would it be going too far if I like moved both of these down? Nah, I think I'm okay. I think we're good. I'm gonna post it on Twitter, okay? No turning back. No turning back now. No turning back. No turning back. I'm literally gonna type no turning back. My MCU... My final MCU tier list from stream tonight. How much that would probably cause a riot if I bumped it down? Even GOTG on S Plus is low-key hurting me? What? You're telling me GOTG doesn't deserve to be S Plus? No, I'll fight you on that. Like, I hate Chris Pratt, but I'll fight people on that. Like, GOTG is fucking great. No. Like, in my bias list, I can't even like move down GOTG because it's good. It's so good. Hold on, what emoji should I put? Face with monocle? Hold on. Let me bring this here so y'all can see. Wait, let me bring this here so y'all can see it. S Max A if I'm forgiving, but what don't you like about GOTG? Relieved face, but in a sarcastic way? Wait, what is relieved face? Relieved. Relieved face! Really? Really? Not this one. Face with monocle. Starstruck. Or guys. Alternatively, devil with horns emote. Devil with horns emoji. Smiling face with horns because they can't use the word devil. Why not both? Oh, like both of these? Upside down smile emoji. No, that's how you feel about my choices. I feel great about my choices. Sorry for you. Or yawning face. How condescending would yawning face be? Wait, why is it not appearing? Why's the emote not appearing? Yawning face! It's yawning face too, like... Is it too out of character for me? Couldn't give less of a fuck! Or like what did nail polish the hand? But it looks weird on Twitter. It looks weird on Twitter. I like the like Apple emoji version. Yawn plus T. Cause you're here for controversial comments. Okay, maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll go with this. Thoughts? Or alternatively, yawn with this. No, I feel like that's so mean. Okay, we'll go with this. Okay. I like how I'm checking. But no, that's it. Do I want to move up the Eternals? I didn't hate it actually. But yeah, it's worse than Iron Man 2. The thing is, it's not on par with Doctor Strange. Okay, send tweet, send tweet. Please support my tweet, guys. To those of y'all who are here. Never move Eternals higher, y'all just haters. Chloe Zhao is a fanfiction writer, okay? She's one of the people. She's one of us. Why can't we support one of us? But yeah, we're done. Cool. I already liked and retweeted. Okay. Thank you. Same. Oh my god. Stress. Thank you. Stress. But I want to comment something. Go ahead. Go ahead. But yeah. I guess that's it. That was a long session. That was almost 4 hours. Oh my god. But true to form, it seems like my opinions are controversial. I support the streamer, not this tier list. Well, I think I've only fallen asleep watching one movie, by the way. I fell asleep recently watching Dune. So... I know Dune is another like controversial one, but Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. Do we want to do some power washing to like round out the night? I commented too! What do y'all comment, bitch? Bitches. What do y'all comment? What? This list is C for controversial. Oh my god, y'all. Y'all. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Let's play Power Washing Simulator, okay? Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, I need to go to the toilet. I need to get water. And feel free to like comment in my Twitter replies. I didn't know that, you know... Okay, I kind of knew that. I kind of knew that my Spider-Man opinions were gonna be my most controversial ones, but I wasn't expecting Doctor Strange to have so much like support. Why did people want to put it lower? No, I think it's okay where it is. But I'm really surprised that Sim thinks Guardians of the Galaxy is not an S+ movie. Sassy. Anyway, let me take a quick break. I'll be back soon and we'll swap stuff. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, let me close this. Oh, background. Peek behind the curtain. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll be back. See y'all in a hot minute. Okay. See you in a few minutes. Bye. Hi, I am back. I haven't loaded up the next game yet. I haven't loaded it up yet, but it's loading. Trust me. Wow, what is this conversation that has gone on in chat? I am going to ignore it. Do I want to participate in a survey? No thanks. Oh my god, why does Apex have an update queued the night before I'm supposed to play it? Okay, tomorrow update. But hi guys. What lessons have we learned today, kids? We have learned that Nat has no short opinions, and that next time we maybe shouldn't rank 27 movies in a row. I'm tired. Isn't it amazing that I have ADHD and I also managed to sustain my focus for at least 3 hours? Nat is too posh to speak about pee. Maybe. Mayhaps. Is it gonna capture the game? Did it capture? It captured! Okay, cool. Awesome. There's some hyper-focus moments, yeah. Wait till you try to rank Marvel TV shows? Oh man. But actually, it was kind of fun today. I would love to like have a session, maybe end of the month, where we talk about Stranger Things. Just like in general, we can talk about season 4 and what we think about it. I'd love to have a session like that. Wouldn't it be fun? Since I think most of us watch similar things here, right? Like we could even talk about Obi-Wan. But yeah, I'm ready to like just watch and not think. But if the non-canon one, I would recommend the previous Netflix ones. Okay. Yeah, I wanna watch them, but I need them to come back to Disney Plus first. Because they got taken off Netflix already, right? You didn't watch Stranger Things? You should. It's good. The Duffer Brothers are good TV writers. Like, you can tell what kind of childhood influences they drew from. And it's very much like a tribute to, like my dad's generation. And also kind of the generation I wish I grew up in, you know. It was a fun time for media. They adore H.P. Lovecraft too much? See guys, this is why I've been saying I've been really into Lovecraftian stuff recently. Stranger Things #1. And I like how Lovecraft like has basically in modern media has basically been summed up to like slimy tentacle monsters with cults. Cult implications, yeah. Lovecraft. Can I start my controversial take? Wait, what? Can I start my controversial take on Stranger Things before we do that? If it's not spoiler, sure, what's your controversial take? But now that I'm like totally updated with like Stranger Things, right? I have the most evil urge to like, if anybody like bothers me in chat, like a new chatter like bothers me and they watch Stranger Things, I'll just whisper them like a spoiler because I watched already. How evil would that be? Oh, you don't like Stranger Things and its plot? Fair. Fair. I've kind of adopted like my boyfriend's stance on it. Where we watch like practically everything. And so like when you talk to like new people, it's a cinch because you like watch everything that everybody has watched, you know. Wait, is this a level? Oh, it is. It's like a slight step. It won't be evil if they themselves watch it. No, it would totally be evil if they haven't gotten a chance to watch like volume 2 yet. Like it's so... like the spoilers are everywhere. I scared to even say anything, you know. But I don't want to be the place where they found the spoiler from. Because people are posting like legit clips from like the last 2 episodes already on like TikTok and IG and Facebook and stuff. It's so mean. Imagine they stopped season 1 because of personal shit, then that just spoiled them. Yeah. See? Evil. But yeah, I would love to talk about like season 4 with you, Sim, but like I don't want to spoil anything, so rest assured, I want to engage, but I can't. But yeah, I'm fairly good about suspending my disbelief when it comes to fiction. Because I'm just tired of I'm just tired of having the conversation, like convincing people to watch something with me. Like I'm sure I mentioned this on stream like before. But yeah, like a lot of the friends I have IRL, like the friends I grew up with and stuff, are not really into like geeky media at all. So like I totally grew up with having learned the skill to like enjoy things by myself. And generally like people on the internet now are so picky about the things that they watch, so I also just like enjoy things by myself. Like generally I believe that art fulfills different types of art fulfills different types of purposes, and I always try and make time to like consume all different types of art. I think people are only picky when they don't have time to consume art. You know, when I give feedback for, I mean, it's also partially I want to be a better reviewer and whatnot, so anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this. Beyond Friends Search, do you have Gang Beast Net? No, I don't. I've never played before actually. No, I don't. It's not you that I'm worried about spoiling Sim. It's other people in chat, you know. Just not on stream. because you know there are people lurking, and I don't know what their preferences are for these things. Can I say I don't really like watching series or movies with my mom? Because she often asks questions and the series or movies won't give the answer, lol. Yeah, I had that experience before, it's funny. Yeah, I also just don't answer. Since it, you know, the answer comes like 5 minutes later. But yeah, I've been trying this thing actively where there's this thing I've been trying to do more actively, which is to think about the purpose of the medium, right? Like, I think I was a lot more unhappy when I was like consuming media with the intent of finding like the best of the best. So I'm a little bit like more able to suspend my disbelief for all types of media like now. And especially like understand the intent of like why that piece of media was created in the first place, because not every piece of media runs on the same like parameters as the next. Like, I don't think I would be able to enjoy Star Wars as much as I do if I didn't understand that Star Wars as a franchise is very, like, not meant to be overanalyzed, in the sense that, like, you know, it's not a, it's not a logical, like, world. The world is not built in a, like, logical way. So I just shut off that part of my brain when I watch Star Wars, and I don't think too much about it, and I enjoy it more. And as a result, I generally like have started to enjoy like more things easier, and my life has become happier. Just a fun bunch of movies, yeah. I didn't watch any of the Indiana Jones movies actually, so I can't answer that question at all. Yeah, I need to catch up soon. There's a lot of movies I haven't watched. I think my current problem is that there's a lot of like current stuff that I'm trying to catch up with. I have no time to like catch up with backlog. I'm actively trying not to be like too stressed about it, because I already spent a lot of time like hey, what's not clean? No, I like when I think about my media consumption, right? Because one of my goals is to become very media literate, but the problem is time. Like, I already spend so many hours on my week like catching up on video games, which is good, but then it takes time away from like being able to catch up on TV shows, much less like stay up to date. It takes a lot of time for me to stay up to date. I'm not even working full time right now. My unique ability is to turn my brain off the moment I enter the movie theater. My brain's so smooth it covers all the plot holes. Lol. Then my unique ability just lets me sleep on the wrong places at the wrong time. That's kind of awesome. Actually. Nice. I'm excited to begin Resident Evil 7 though. I've watched people play it before, but there's a lot of it I forgot already, and I'm excited to play it firsthand. A very big FOMO, I think. Like, I get agitated when people ask if I've seen this or played that. Like, I want to have done it, you know. So, you know, Resident Evil, if I can check off that franchise, it would be one of the big ones for me to settle. Bro, that's like a bit scary, Sim. How easily you can sleep. While I was dyeing my hair, I recently finished Turtles All the Way Down though. I'm so happy I finally got around to finishing it because I've read every single John Green book in existence. Oh, except the Anthropocene Reviewed, which I need to buy and watch and read it. But yeah, I finally got around to like finishing Turtles All the Way Down. And it was I suppose it took me so long to finish because ADHD, but when I had nothing to do but to just like sit down and finish it, it was actually really good. And I realized why it was so difficult to read is because the main character has OCD. And like, I really respect John Green for portraying like actual OCD and not the OCD that people claim to have. But like the OCD that people don't usually, like the type that people don't usually see. And if you wanna like know what that's like, Turtles All the Way Down is good. I don't think it was his best book though. I'm still partial to Looking for Alaska. Just his first, I think. I hate messy rooms. I must have OCD on G. Yeah. In the book, the main character has like their OCD manifests in the form of they have obsessive thoughts related to C. diff, which is a bacteria-related disease that grows in like your stomach and has like invisible symptoms, so people die from that like without realizing. So they're constantly, you know, bandaging and unbandaging their finger to make sure that it's clean and that there's no infection, so they won't contract like the C. diff. And they're constantly like, they can't have like an intimate relationship with anybody because they're worried about the bacteria infection. And And they even like reached a point where they started like drinking like hand sanitizer to clean themselves from the inside, because that's the only way they could calm their thoughts of being infected by the bacteria. And yeah, that's that's like, yeah, that's real OCD. Yeah. That's what, not everybody has OCD like that, but that's definitely like an example of a obsessive thought that people can have that takes over their lives, and that's what the reality of OCD is like, and not really cleanliness. Sorry for ranting? No. I'm glad y'all are having like nice conversations in chat. I'm just tired. Don't worry about it. I should probably sleep soon. But I want to clean this. Okay, maybe not the whole thing, but some of it. Looking for Alaska was the bomb, right? Looking for Alaska was so good, and I really enjoyed The Fault in Our Stars was fine. I did like looking... What? An Abundance of Catherines. Sleep is for the weak, therefore I am weak. Wow, so deep. But yeah, I'm probably gonna sleep in tomorrow. I don't have anything to do. On Sunday, I'm meeting some friends though, and I'll probably have to tell them about the ADHD and deal with that conversation, but that's a problem for Sunday. What was the one where they went to Amsterdam? Ah, that's The Fault in Our Stars. But one of my favorite books, and I really want to get back into reading, but it's just like... it's just a problem of me catching up with media again, pretty much. Like I have so many TV shows and like classics, that movies and everything that I need to watch that I just don't have the time for. So I'm really like slowly picking away at it. But yeah, it kind of helps that like books wise I've mostly been focusing on literature and certain authors, and not so much like the trending books, because a lot of them tend to be like romance fantasy, which is not my favorite genre. I've been really into like literature though. Like one of my favorite books is Life of Pi, which is a... I'm sure some of y'all might have watched the movie, but the book was more impactful for me. And it's a book about religion and a person's connection with faith, and about human hope in times of strife. Hold on, I should turn off the aircon though. Sorry, I'm back. I'm back! Are there still trending books? Yeah, there are. It's a lot of romance though, which I'm not super into. Like I'm really past my rom-com chick lit phase. I still read the occasional chick lit, but like not like last time. Not like last time. I only read books from this one author that I'm sure Nat would know who it is. I'm not sure if you mentioned it to me before, actually. What was the author one? RR. No, I can't say I'm familiar. My first thought was J.R.R. Tolkien though. But I don't think so. Ooh, but next I really want to tackle Hank Green's books. An absolutely remarkable thing, and what's the second one called? He has 2 out right now. I want to read both. Because he's more the sci-fi variety, which I'm totally into. I really like reading sci-fi. So I like watching sci-fi as well. Sure you're very familiar with him, same. Oh, Rick Riordan! Right. Rick Riordan. Yes. I didn't know he was the only author you read though. But I would say at this point, even though I haven't read actively in a long time, I would say I'm still pretty good at book recommendations because I've been catching up on a lot of classics. Like it's been useful. I read some titles that were very useful in consuming certain media because because they are books and they are like source material that a lot of like video game developers and a lot of like TV show writers like draw inspiration from. It's always really interesting to read those. Like that's why I'm partially very interested in literature right now, because these are like the source material that people draw from when they like graduate from art school and stuff. And so you'll see a lot of these like themes appear in movies and books and whatnot. Like I would love to get through Dante's Inferno one day, which is about it's an imagining of hell, pretty much, the afterlife. But one that I was quite happy to get through was Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which has basically inspired like every single robot sentience like story in the modern age. Like the movie adaptation is Blade Runner, which you guys might have watched. Bro, the horse kind of scared me. Yo, the horse kind of scared me. We studied Andre during my grade 10 lit class. It was nice. Wait, what Andre? There we go. Colleen. No, Rick Riordan is a good author. Like his books are very engaging exciting. Oh, Dante. Okay. Andre. I was like, Andre. Did we talk about Andre? Shadow, hi, how are you? We're just like unwinding after using our brain too much for like ranking MCU movies. It was fun though. I'm glad that like I got to share my controversial opinions. Because we've been talking about it for a while, haven't we? My MCU opinions. So now, you know, we could do like a monthly session where we have a like spoiler discussion. Maybe we could do ranking, I suppose, like ranking characters or something, just to have like a format. It'll be nice to like talk about shows that we all watch together, or yeah. We should do this more often. It'll be fun. It happens to me a lot. Relatable. Like, Puritan slip. Relatable. Sad to say Bridgerton might not be it. Yeah, nah. I can cut my losses. Huh. You mean all this time these weren't clean? Have you tried the C button? Yeah, I have, but I like playing this game like as manually as possible. Because I'm trying to like drag it out so that we can like keep this game on while we chat. Pretty much. I know I'm not playing like super optimized or anything. You found the book? What book? What book? What book was it? Nah, I can cut my losses one. As I mentioned, I'm used to, you know, being hyped about things myself. By myself. I don't mean that in a bad way. I like spending time by myself and like consuming media and stuff. I find it very fun. I like sharing, but like there's a nice piece that comes with enjoying something yourself and forming opinions and yeah. Maybe it's a nerd thing. Check your job planner. Clean the drill. Okay. Sure. The book I also invested in is called This Is My Brain on Boys by Sarah Strawmeyer. I get motion sickness playing this boat. Relatable. I get motion sickness in like any car, but like somehow not in this game, so I'm thankful. How is it still not clean? Okay. Good. Oh, I'm gonna head off first. Thanks for the most engaging stream today, Juan. I hope you're not too insulted by my opinions. Good night. Hope I'll see you tomorrow and the day after. Especially the day after for Jackbox. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna do like lots of trivia because it seems like everybody has fun with trivia. Is this clean? Seems clean. Did you know you can rotate the nozzle? Yes. Again, manual. Oh, that'll probably help in this situation, right? Oh, so dirty. Ooh, but since we're done with like RDR2, right? I added to my to-do list the RDR2 compilation clip. Like I want to do a compilation video of all the like clips that you guys have clipped during the gameplay. It's nice that we got quite a lot, so I won't have to like rewatch my gameplay to find more clips. It makes things a lot easier and it'll be really funny to watch everything together. Wait, Jackbox on Sunday is more facts and not Sussy Joker time? We've done Jackbox a couple of times and everybody seems to enjoy the trivia more. So yeah. Dunno, we're all serious here, non-jokers. Dunno? We really like playing Trivia Murder Party and the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. That's quite fun. We might do the drawing one though. Maybe. Draw full a couple of rounds. Man, this is so satisfying. Okay, let's clean the pole. But yeah, I'm trying to decide what to watch next though. Cause yeah, I mentioned I had a couple on the list, right? Probably Obi-Wan, since like most people want to talk to me about Obi-Wan, and the Star Wars fandom is like, you know, I like engaging in the Star Wars fandom, like within like my friends and in Malaysia. Online is super toxic, yeah, probably Obi-Wan. Nobody wants to talk to me about Umbrella Academy, but like I want to watch it because I've been following it. So I might leave that for last. So maybe Obi-Wan, then Miss Marvel, then... Are you a fan of documentaries? I am, yeah. I don't watch a lot of them, but I like them. I try Hot Buy then. I also have an event to join on Hera's, which is also on Sunday. Yeah! I saw that. Hera and I both hit like 600 around the same time, which is so nice. What's she doing in her nighttime portion actually? I don't know how long I'm gonna go on for, but like, yeah, usually when we play Jackbox, maybe 3-4 hours. Maybe we can end early and raid Hera. That'll be fun. Why does the book I love only have 3.5 stars on Goodreads? It was such a good book. I don't trust Goodreads. Full stop. Oh my god, one of the biggest things, and like this might be a little serious, but I don't know, I've been trying to be more mindful of my media consumption. So like one of the things I've been really actively like trying to practice is having my own opinions. Because like I talked to some friends about this who actually felt the same thing, where like you're on social media so often and you're that like you don't even really have your own opinions. You have opinions that you saw other people have on social media. So like I'm actively trying to consume more media and have my own opinions on things, which is working out a little, I think. Evidently from today. Who's Malcolm X? Try Who Killed Malcolm X is a good docuseries. Who is Malcolm X though? Or is it explained in the docuseries? In that case, okay, I'll go check it out. Is it on Netflix? Is it on Netflix? She's playing Deceit at 9 p.m. Ew, that sounds like a mafia kind of game. Oh, how should I clean this? Maybe the ceiling first. Oh man, that's a pain in the butt. Walao. Oh, come on. All the angles? Are you kidding me? Malcolm X is a prominent person during the times blacks were treated wrongly. I see. That's interesting. Deceit is among us, but 6 people and guns. Oh my god. So it is a mafia game, but with guns. Okay, got it. I thought as much. My god, how am I gonna clean this area? But yeah, so that reminds me, I've been meaning to read to fuck, I can't remember. Just to go set a Watchman, right? Which is Margaret Atwood's sequel to Kill a Mockingbird. Oh my god, my English. But yeah, I've been meaning to read that because I got it a while ago. But I feel like I need to be in the right headspace. And I might need to reread To Kill a Mockingbird. And like, I need to sit down one day and like force myself to get through that George Orwell book. Oh my god, the super thick one about war. Like, as much as I hate like war stories and political stories, like it's good source material to read because a lot of people reference it in media. Is it IQ 84, right? The guns part is the reason I recommend it. I want to shoot someone. Wow. So brutal. Okay. It doesn't seem clean though. It actually looks quite dirty. Oh man. Should I like put a ladder instead? Do I have my ladders here? Uh-huh. Can I put the ladder inside? No. What about the stool? Do I have a stool? Huh. Okay, I guess I'll just clean it like this then. Stand here. Try my best. There we go. Another ADHD psychology question because I'm curious. Is there a correlation between ADHD and constant anxiety attacks? From what I know, there is a correlation between ADHD and anxiety, but it's just that a lot of these mental health disorders tend to overlap. Like for example, if you have ADHD or any sort of like learning disability growing up, like dyslexia, you may have overall like lower self-worth just because, you know, you have difficulty like learning when you were younger. So this can develop into like self-worth issues or anxiety issues like when you're older. And if it gets to a certain like level of seriousness, it could develop into constant anxiety attacks. That's what I know. So yeah, it is possible for people that have both. But just because you have one doesn't mean you must have the other lah. Pretty much. It totally depends on how, yeah, your ADHD has affected you. So yeah. But there's a lot of overlap from what I know. I don't think I personally overlap though. Oh, thank you for the take a sip and stretch. I think I'm gonna stop soon because this is like a pain in the ass. Look at this! How do I clean this? Oh man. Okay. I wonder if I should clean the horses first. At least I feel like better about myself. You can stand and let the thing spin around. Where's the fun in that? This game really is so satisfying though. Although I don't know how I feel about cleaning, like now I'm cleaning a horse's like backside. Don't know how I feel about that necessarily, but other than that it's quite fun and satisfying. But yeah, shall we raid somebody soon? I didn't realize it's 2:30, oh my gosh. That's way later than I intended to stream for. This angle is kind of uncomfortable. And the game is lagging for some reason. Why? This is a game about power watching. Why is it lagging? Also, I may or may not have like Google a summary about RDR1. Because I decided I'm not gonna play it, so I googled what happens and wow, like Javier! Dang. Oh. Ah, clean. Awesome. It's not directly connected, but it does have tidbits. I mean, it's kind of directly isn't it kind of directly connected? Like true... I mean, true John, I suppose. And like, there's familiar characters and stuff, right? I'm surprised about Javier though, like that he's one of the people. Shall we find somebody to raid? We cleaned 51%. I feel like that's an okay place to stop. That's not bad. Shall we find somebody to raid? It is late. It is pretty late. Okay. Make it 60 just to make it even, or at least 55. No, it's okay. I'm tired. I'm tired. Let's find somebody to raid. And anyway, we've got like 2 busy days ahead of us. Maybe I should have stopped like after we finished the... I probably should have stopped after we finished the tier ranking list because my brain was dying already, but I'm glad we had a little chat afterwards. It's nice. I've been enjoying Power Wash recently. In terms of who to rate though, I don't know anybody who's doing like something chill. It'd be nice to send you guys to something chill, kan? Cause we had chill vibes here. It'd be nice to have chill vibes there. Wow, it's rare to see Taku on, but we rated Taku yesterday. Oh, I found the perfect person. Wait, we haven't raided Carrie in a while. Yeah, let's go raid Carrie. Good night, Sim. It was nice to have you here. Yeah, Carrie is a really chill variety streamer from Malaysia. She is playing Rakuen, which looks like a top-down Japanese RPG game. Yeah, let's go and raid her. Yeah, rest assured tomorrow will be a bit more high energy. Sorry. I wasn't expecting like... Yeah, I wasn't expecting the tier list to like drain me so much. But lesson learned, we'll go a bit faster next time instead of like dwelling on each item for so long. But I hope you guys enjoyed it regardless, and yeah, I had fun. I had fun talking about MCU. It's something that I really enjoy following, and it's one of the common things that a lot of us share. And maybe it'll be nice to talk about Stranger Things and or Miss Marvel at the end of the month, since I don't have like an active podcast anymore. So yeah, it'd be nice to talk with you guys about it. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm playing Apex for the first time tomorrow, and on Sunday we're doing Discord only Jackbox, and that will be like the rest of the 600 follower celebration. Thanks for being here. Shadow, thanks for dropping by. Brownie, good night, good night. Thanks for resubbing, by the way. When are you gonna stream? Next, so I can resub to you also. I wanna hear the sound. But yeah, I hope you unbury yourself from work soon. And I can't wait to play tomorrow. It's gonna be... If tonight was chill, right? If tonight was chill, tomorrow's gonna be not chill. So, look forward to that. If chill is not your thing, better look forward to tomorrow. Good night, good night. Take care of yourselves, guys. Oh boy. I'm excited. I'm excited. I don't know how I feel about Apex, but I'm excited to play with you guys. Well, good night. Take care of yourselves, guys. Thanks for being here, and let's send some love to Carrie. Bye-bye.